Again to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we're getting ready for the fourth edition of the North Zone T20 Festival. And we have a splendid game in store for you this evening. We have the Beckles Santa Cruz Sports Club up against the black and white Barataria ball players. They are the winners of the 40-over competition in the North Zone. So there you have it, the opening prayer and of course the national anthem to get us started here as we get ready for what should be a very interesting contest in this encounter. And as the two teams introduced outside, we had the toss a little bit earlier, and of course Sheldon Rooks conducted that toss.
We're about to get underway with the toss for the first game, round one of the North Zone T20 Festival 2025. We've got the captains of the two teams. It's the Santa Cruz Sports and the Barataria ball players. Diron Wilson is with us and Chaden Raymond. And I think it's Diron who's going to give us the toss. Is that right? Okay, what are you going to call? Oh, you're going to call. Okay. Chaden.
Numbers.
Chaden has called numbers. And Avinash Narayan confirms that it's numbers. What are you going to do?
We have a ball first.
You've had a look at the track?
Yeah. It had moisture on the track and it had the grass, so we see we could get out of it early.
Okay, I'll let you get off with your team. Diron, if you had won the toss, what would you think you're going to do?
If I won the toss, I would be ball first because the wicket had a lot of covers, so a lot of water, so it would get a lot of moisture for the bowlers to take the first advantage of the game now.
All right, well, good luck to you and your team.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And thanks very much to Mr. Narayan for overseeing that. He's the third umpire. We're going to get upstairs and get on with the game.
So there you have it, Santa Cruz winning the toss and Upton to field first in this encounter, and it should be very interesting to see how they go. Sheldon, you were able to go out there. What does the wicket look like actually?
Yeah, good evening to everyone and very good evening to you as well, Ruskin. It really looks nice. I think that Richard Mohammed has prepared a very, very nice looking strip. Of course, we've got to see how it plays when they get out there and we actually see the first deliveries. Outfield looks absolutely lovely, nice and low cut, should get value for shot. So yes, I'm looking forward to seeing it and it will be the Barataria boys who get to bowl on it first.
Yeah, well, it's always, I suppose when you're starting a tournament, you probably feel, look, with ball in hand.
Sorry, Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz
Beg-
will
beg-
go first.
sorry,
you
my
want
mistake.
You want to
Yeah.
try and make some early inroads and see if you can't do some early damage, put your opponents on the back foot, and as you would have heard there, to go once again. We do this one? Jeremy Araujo, of course, Vaughan Brown. This is the Barataria ball players team. And Camilo Carambocas, Dejon Charles, Randy French, Clifton Halls, Kevis John, and then we have Marlon Phillip to go along with Kwame Mohammed, Dexter Sween, and of course Carl Vialva and Darren Wilson.
And it's Dexter Sween who's making his way out to the middle now. He's the easy to spot, the bigger of the two. I mean, he is so powerful. And Ruskin, you did the name so beautifully. I think I'll just pass on that and I'll let you do the Santa Cruz ones as well. That was so well done.
So here we go again with the Barataria ball players taking first strike here. And when you consider these are some big numbers some of these players are wearing, but Dexter Sween, you can't mistake him with his number 45. And obviously a man who packs a big punch, as we say here in TNT.
Yes, he does. Maybe we'll just do the openers because we don't know what batting order they're going to come. So if we just pick out the two openers, that'll probably be easiest. And it's easy for you at home to pick them out because Dexter Sween is such a big player.
Clifton Halls is his opposite number.
And Halls has got the red helmet on. So golden red. That's a nice way of picking them out.
So again, it's the black and white Barataria ball players up against the Beckles Santa Cruz Sports. Action in the North Zone T20 Festival, the KFC.
Yes, it's a big thank you to our sponsors as well, Black and White, as you say, and Beckles. I think it's an environmental services company. Anyway, here's the first delivery. Oh no, it was just a false alarm.
Yeah, just warming up and getting himself ready and leading from the front, so to speak. And I'm sure Chadian Raymond would want to, as they say, do some early damage.
He won the toss and he had no hesitation in saying, I'm going to put them in. Kind of have my heart in my mouth when I look down there and I see Dexter Sween at the other end and think, should I really have put him in there? Anyway, here's the first delivery.
And again, that's gone all the way down to not the ideal start for the Santa Cruz outfit. A wide served up there by Raymond.
And it got there quickly, didn't it? I mean, not just down the track, but it got to the boundary very quickly. I mentioned that I thought the outfield was cut really nicely and you'd get value for shot. Well, if you're out in the field, you're going to have to be very quick. And they're nice big boundaries here. 65 meters, I think they were talking about, is the next delivery. Again,
The wicketkeeper having real difficulties here to try to catch up with a couple of these deliveries. Now there is some kind of movement, but it's not the type of movement that I'm sure Raymond would want to. He has to figure out a way how to control it. And he hasn't bowled a legitimate delivery as yet. 10 runs on the board.
Yeah. Yes, it's an unfortunate start. And as you say, Ruskin, he's got the line wrong here.
And this is very well played. Again, coming off, nice sweet sound coming off the middle of the bat from Sween.
And the great thing for Dexter Sween now is with runs already on the board, he can just take his time. They're going to come out of this with runs in the over, irrespective of what happens. He can take his time here and have a look.
Again, straying down that leg side, but that is a much better take from Smith. Having to do some work again. The last week couldn't catch up with them, but he was able to hold that one in, but another wide.
I mean, he's got a very, very fine leg. I mean, it's really fine leg. I mean, a couple of more steps and it'd be almost like a backstop, but he can't stop anything there.
This one is in the air and just out of reach. And Sween living dangerously. Luckily for him, he probably got enough of the bat on it to take it. He's such a strong man. He probably would tell you he didn't really put much effort into it. He didn't expect it to go that far.
Yes, it looked interesting for the fielder for a second. He did give it a bit of a dive, but in the end, over his head.
So, coming to face his first delivery now, Clifton Halls, the left-hander.
This would be the perfect line, wouldn't it, for the opening bowler. Those first two deliveries would have been perfect for the left-hander.
And that's the thing, because he bowled those two deliveries now, he could try to overcompensate and go the other way now. We hope not, but let's see what happens. And that's much better. Again, a very extravagant shot from Halls.
That's obviously his line then. Raymond's line is just outside the off stump of the left-hander. He's young, isn't he? He's still got some filling out to do. He's a bright young lad. Nice looking run up as well.
And again, this time playing and missing outside that off stump. That's a much better line, as you have said, because he does get the ball to move, and is what we call early swing. It starts to curl and it just keeps going.
And I like the fact that he stayed over the wicket to the left-hander. You started over the wicket to the right-hander, stay over, get it away from him. I think that's a nicer position for him.
Time he's making some contact, but again, much better over. Ends the over a little bit better. In fact, I don't think he has ended it as yet, but he's certainly tightened up significantly with these deliveries, the latter half of this over.
It's funny, isn't it? He's looked perfectly okay to the left-hander, and it was disastrous in the first two balls.
And most right-handers would tell you that sometimes they have real difficulty bowling at left-handers sometimes. Not him.
That one's gone.
Yep. So just as we were giving him his flowers, he tests the wicketkeeper Smith again. But Smith did well. He put his hands on his hips there. You could see him trying to figure out, what are you doing?
If he'd gone for ... a couple of sixes and a single, and there were 13 off the over, we'd been saying it was good batting. It's the other way round. He's bowled poorly in this first over.
And again, can't really time it. It's a little bit of a mix-up here. Sween has to hurry, but the return is not the best. In fact, it was a loop rather than a bullet return. And so finally, the over comes to an end. The first one of the innings. And it's one that I'm sure Raymond would want to forget quickly, or if anything, learn from it and try and improve. 14 without loss.
And it could have been worse, couldn't it? Apart from the two wides going to the boundary, the batting side weren't able to hit it to the boundary. He got out of that quite lucky, with the two balls having gone big first of all, so not a complete disaster for him.
So it's going to Kashmir Mitchell. So Mitchell is going to pick up the attack now from the top end.
Clifton Hall has already had a change of bat, by the way. I'm not sure what could have happened in a couple of deliveries, but...
Not middling, you're not middling it.
How many bats did you have in your bag when you were playing? I had one.
I think the most I've had would have been two. But you're right, most times you carry one.
And now What are they? I mean, they're thousands of dollars each, aren't they? Bats. So
Yep, they're huge.
and you see people open up their kit bags and they've got 4.
A lot of them are sponsored kits too. So I remember when I was at the Alsgrove
Oh yes, yeah,
Academy, Gunn & Moore. We used to test some of their bats for them. So I used to get like a bag full of bats every day.
Didn't you have to go upstairs?
Yeah,
It was
all the nets were upstairs.
Yeah, 9
There was a mechanic
not
shop
downstairs, a
below.
garage. That's right. Yeah.
That's well gold.
He had a little go at that, didn't he?
Cashman Mitchell.
We've got a little bit of lift here. Maybe just got higher on him than he thought, because he ended up going up, didn't he, as he was playing the shot. We're going to come back to Alfgover because I went there as a boy and it was, an eye opener. It was quite a place. Anyway, here's the next delivery.
Mitchell again teasing him, just getting a little bit of movement. The bounce, I think, is what is probably the most disconcerting part for Holt. He seems to want to play almost like with a horizontal bat, but the bounce is creating some uncertainty for him.
Yeah, it's a cross between a cut and a glance, isn't it? He's not cutting at it, and he's not getting enough of a glance to make contact.
This time, he's getting that away. Once he hits it, it goes. As you said, the outfield is lightning fast, despite the amount of rains that we've had, especially in the north and west of Trinidad. But that doesn't seem to have affected this ground. This ground is lightning quick, and immediately Halls takes advantage.
I noticed walking around. Here's the delivery again. We're going to go through that. Yeah, swiveled on that, put it away nicely, and a couple of bounces over the rope. I noticed going around that there's a little bit of a
Turtleback.
Yeah, and it's nice. So the drainage here must be good. Get it off your square.
This time he's much closer to that off stump. It's certainly it's about thinking. Almost every ball, you kind of have to make an adjustment in the limited overs game, because batsmen are trying to work you out. Bowlers are trying to work out batsmen as well.
Nice looking forward defensive, all correct from Hall.
This time he will have to hurry against Sween, and that's they're going to challenge Sween to, especially with quick singles, because they know he's not the quickest between wickets. And not only is he not the quickest, but he's also reluctant to run sometimes. So they're going to push him and test him.
It was a good single from Hall, just tucked it off his hip. Didn't travel far, and that fielder had to run around to square leg to pick it up. And even if Sween was a little bit slower, I think you'd have made it. Good run.
So those are the teams for today's encounter. This under Cruz Sports.
We just don't have a 12th man for the Barataria ball players. If you're at home and wondering why there's a player missing, it's just a 12th man we didn't get. Sween to face.
Driven powerfully, brilliantly, 4 runs from the moment it left the bat.
Might be a little bit more.
Actually went for 6.
Yeah.
He just struck that. He didn't seem to hit it hard at all. And he would tell you, good timing, just the sound. And he just up and away. He got under it.
Yeah, that just dropped this side of the fence. The fielder's been able to pick it up, by the way, but as you say, Ruskin got right underneath it. And he didn't give it the full follow-through. I think, those houses in the back there are going to be in danger, because what are we looking at? 65 to the boundary, probably 70 to the fence, and these guys can hit 90, 95. They're big hitters. Dexter Sween played in the Chief Secretary's Bago T10 Blast a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks, and I think he was hitting up to 93. Speyside is a bigger bigger area. So it had room to absorb that, but I fear for some of the houses in the back, and maybe even the road out here.
Yeah, the vehicles passing on the outskirts of just outside of the fencing, and you could be sitting in your vehicle minding your own business and then have a disturbance.
I think Richard Mohammed has done a really good job with the ground. He was talking about looking after the outfield as well. He's done a good job.
Raymond. Again, he's continues this love affair with the wide deliveries. Even to the left-handers now, he seems a little bit ruffled by it all. Maybe he should go from around the wicket, see if that helps him.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of the young under-19 national players, and we were talking about rhythm and how you get into a rhythm. It's so important. I just like to give it a go. He's come around now.
Much better, but again, the fielder let him down there badly.
Yeah, he was lucky that there was cover in the deep. That one would have gone to the boundary. We were already talking about the pace of the outfield, and he really needed to stop that. In the end, they only managed to come away with one, so again, he's got away with that. That brings Dexter Sween on strike. There's a change in the field for the right-hander as well.
To see if he can adjust. And again, he persists with that line, and this is not the ideal situation. He put his foot to try to protect the ball or try to stop the ball when he could easily have probably gotten both hands to it. Instead, he opted to put his foot to it, and they were able to scamper back for a second run.
You played some football, didn't you? But you wouldn't employ your football in cricket. It's a completely different game. You get your hand to it. I don't think I've ever stopped a ball the way that looks as though it was attempted. It's almost comic.
And that's the thing. Then you have to run it down after you miss. So you might be better off just dropping on the ball and stopping it, even if you can't pick it up cleanly.
And it must have been pretty bad because they came back for two. Yep. We were talking how much Sween is loath to run. He had to run two there.
And that's the reason why he likes to throw the bat at the ball. And again, that one peeled off the edge. Wasn't in control, but as they say in T20 cricket, it's the result that matters most.
He did. He looked behind him immediately, Sween, after he played at this. That would have been third slip, wouldn't it? Quite high up, but third slip would have had to have taken that.
Nice healthy edge as well.
Yeah.
But they all count. Four more.
Go hard.
Yep, there isn't much hope there. You would have to say for Wong, Joshua Wong, with that short third man position, didn't really have a chance. He was so wide.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to tighten that area. And but he has to be careful. I think his length is what is going to have to be crucial here. Because if he pitches up and Sween goes big, it could go far. And that's well played. And look at the speed at which the ball leaves the bat.
Yeah, what do we say after the horse has bolted? The man goes in there.
Yeah, and that is something that is, well, you see that so often, but you also see it, I would imagine, in regional cricket. I'm just looking at regional cricket now. We look at our captains and wonder why most of them are so defensive. And here we go again. And the captain cannot. The irony here is, I was just about to say the captain can't
let it continue.
Do that,
Oh yes, he can.
And he's the bowler. So he's just starting those deliveries on the leg stump, outside the leg stump, and he is getting that inward movement. And so by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already going down leg.
That's where the majority of runs have come from.
Why doesn't he put the man down to fine leg? If you're continuously bowling there, then put in the fine leg, put the fine leg back on the fence to try to, even if it goes wide, at least it might just be one run as opposed to 4 every time. So it's just
yeah, it would have been 3 instead of 12.
Yeah, you know, so because you're not helping yourself there. Now the 2 men out is the deep square leg and the long on wide. But really, I think the fine leg might be a better option, at least initially. And well, find the missing ball, because he was aiming to play that through mid-wicket and it ended up at mid-off or short extra cover, and no run to end the over. 38 without loss now after 3.
Yeah, going along nicely here. I'd have to say, however, that the thing that is propelling them are the extras. That's the truth of it, isn't it? You know, we've had 1 boundary and then the 6.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it has been the extras.
Yeah, we had the edge.
And the edge for 4, yes.
So there will be 2 4s and a 6.
That's it.
And other than that, it's been a real flood of extras. So they're going to have them, and it's the captain, Chidian Raymond, who has been leaking those runs. But here is Kashmir Mitchell. And again, it's played just dropping. Well, it's dropped well short of the man at square leg. But again, a short ball and a nice pull shot from Hall.
Just had that sound, didn't it, that it wasn't going to go the distance.
But he changed that bat, didn't he?
Yeah, and it was the bat change that did it. Well picked up.
Yeah, well, maybe he has a whole number of bats. Maybe he has a bag full of bats, 10, 12 in his kit. And if he doesn't get what he likes from this one, he will bring out another. So looking for an answer here. And, another wide delivery, so it just continues for them. And now as a bowler, you're thinking for these bowlers. Now we could see what is happening with Raymond. He does have that open chested action, and he does that when he delivers the ball, so it starts to go. So he may have to start outside the off stump and bring it back. This time he's going, and he's going, and he's going. 4 runs, just a couple bounces into the long off boundary. And I don't think he middled that as well as some of the others.
Nice looking shot. Is it nice and straight?
Again, getting under the ball, not taking any risk at all. And as I say, taking what the bowler gives you.
Actually, it went a
Yeah,
bit
it swung a
wider than
little
I
bit,
thought,
yeah.
yeah. Almost like a golf shot, wasn't it? There's some fade on it.
This time he is playing it back past the bowler, and it went past him in a hurry before he could even get his feet set. The ball was screaming past him. Luckily, it didn't hit his ankle on the way through. As a bowler bowling against a big hitter like Sween, life is in danger for a period, because when you deliver, you're almost helpless. It's like a pitcher in baseball. After that big wind-up, when it's coming back at you,
No protection.
you're not sure. There's nothing he could do about that one. That's 4 runs. Immediately on leaving. That's the second one he's hit down there. And the Hall's feasting on that. Short, sitting up nicely, asking to be hit.
Didn't learn his lesson from the first one. It was pitched in almost the same place, and he got the same result. That was actually was even better. That looked a little bit more controlled. There's no one was going to stop that.
Yeah. And again, because the captain is limited by the restrictions, we have these gaps that the batsman can take advantage of. And this is good batting. You're not trying to bludgeon the ball every time, but if you could score off every delivery, it helps.
Yeah, that was nice push, wasn't it?
There's 50 on the board already. 4 Barataria ball players. So they're moving along quite nicely.
Yeah, this isn't what the doctor ordered at all. You decide that you're going to have a bowl and you end up on the back end of 50 in the 4th over.
There he goes again, and that's another almighty hit. That too is going to go sailing out of the ground for another almighty 6.
Yes, another KFC maximum off the bat of Dexter Sween. Gets right underneath this, but he gets the distance as well. That's the nice thing. Way up into the night sky and then comfortably over the boundary rope.
Yeah, the fielder was very happy to signal 6. As a bowler, I would probably tell him I'm not too thankful of that. But 56 now at the end of that with that KFC maximum, 56 without loss after 4. So both bowlers have had 2 overs each.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back, and of course we see wicketkeeper Smith, and Halls has changed the bat yet again. Brooks, I'm not sure what he's looking for, but whatever it is, he hasn't found it just yet.
Well, whenever he's used it to pull, it's been to good effect. Can't see anything wrong with the pull shot. It's the feel, isn't it? There's just something that comes through the hands and you think, no, I'm not happy with it. So he's changed it again. Maybe he's got a 3rd or a 4th in there, I don't know. But
So it's going to be Davis Guerra to pick up the attack. Hopefully he can stem this run flow. I'm sure that's what Santa Cruz will be hoping for, but that is not the case. That's another brilliant shot. Again, maybe this is the bat that he has been looking for all along.
one each, isn't it? 3 bats and 3 pull shots. This is the better one, as you say, Ruskin. This one went for 6, the other 2 only went for 4.
Yep, another KFC maximum. Brilliant shot. And this time he goes the other way now, over through the offside field. He goes over the inner ring, and that's 4 more. So comfortable stroke play in here. So way too much by way of room to swing there. 66 now. So the floodgates have opened, and for some reason they don't seem like they want to slow down at all. 10 off 2. And this is more like it. I think the bowler would settle for that Guerra.
Right now, 1 or 2 you'd take. But the boundaries and definitely the maximums are going to hurt them. Got 2 really powerful hitters, in particular with Dexter Sween, and I don't think we've seen everything that he's got to give yet. 22 off 11 deliveries, and he's on strike now.
But that's the thing, the amount of fireworks that we've seen, And both batsmen are just in the 20s. You would have imagined one of them might have been closing in on 50. With the amount of carnage that we've seen already. And this one, he's out. That's a good catch. Brilliant effort there. It just seemed to climb at him, and Mitchell took a brilliant catch. Sween goes for 22.
So there's a little bit of bounce in the track. Nothing scary, but just that little bit more than a couple of the batsmen have seen. We saw from the other end a couple that were flashed up, but that one got up a little bit. Sween trying to push it over the top in the end, and all that he succeeded in doing was almost gifting it to the fielder.
He lost the handle on the bat. He finished the shot with one hand, the left hand, on the ball. A good catch taken by Mitchell.
Yeah, and he hits it high up as well, high up on the bat. So he doesn't get the power to get over the man. He just gets the height. Well, they'll be glad to see the back of Dexter Sween. I fear that I mentioned his name and the number of balls that he'd faced and the runs that he'd scored, and saying that he looked dangerous. And the very next ball, he had to depart.
Is that the commentator's curse? Just as you
I'm afraid so. I was trying not to use that phrase either. But thanks for dropping that one in.
Yep. So Charles is the new batter. Makes his way out, replacing Sween.
Yes, another batsman who we saw a week or so ago up at Speyside in Tobago, in the Chief Secretary's Tobago T10 Blast. He captained one of the sides in the final. Unfortunately, it was rained off, so finished with a tie.
Immediately he's playing and missing. So very good comeback this from Guerra after being roughed up the first couple of deliveries for a 6 and a 4. He's gone 1 wicket dot since that. 67 for 1. We're in over number 5. Power play ends, remember, after the first 6. So here's Charles trying to, J. Charles gets off the mark. We're comfortable single. And I think they'll be hoping that he can spend some time at the crease to keep the runs flowing, because he's such a dangerous customer himself.
Yeah, you still get the feeling that they're comfortable at this point, Barataria. Remember, they were put in to bat to be 68 for 1 after 5. I think you say, okay, we'll take that. You've still got Hall on, 24 off 21 deliveries now, is that right? Well, I'll have a look when we get the graphic. No, 24 of 16. So a much better runs to balls faced ratio. That's really what you want. If you can get up to double, then you're really in the driving seat. 24 of 16. Dejon Charles has just faced the 2 deliveries and he has 1 run, but he kept the strike, so he's facing the next delivery.
So Brian Yearwood is going to pick up the attack now. And not a bad delivery, just outside the off stump.
Charles says, yeah, okay, I'll have a look at that and leave that one.
This time he's off and running. They're going to have to hurry, and he does well. The throw probably just stuck in the hand there just a little bit, just as he was about to release it. It just seemed as if it kind of stayed in his hand there a little bit there, Raymond.
Yeah, he had a shy at the stumps, but there was no hesitation from them. Charles had set off fairly quickly, and where is he? Extra cover? Shortish extra cover.
Ooh, that's another good delivery this time. Pitching up to him. Big hee-ho there from Holt. missed everything.
Lucky he didn't play on here, because he really wasn't in control of this, was he?
And again, good sensible cricket here. If you can't get a boundary off it, at least try and get a single, get off strike, and keep the rotation going. We have the two left-handers at the crease. Charles, the taller of the two. And again, push and run. And that seems to be working just fine for them at the moment.
That's the shot that Clifton Hall has been looking to play. That little dab outside the off stump, and
It's like an open face shot.
yeah, just as, and there is a man there, so you can't play it too hard because it will go straight to him. So you have to take the pace off the ball, and Charles did that really well.
That's a good shot, but he's not going to get anything for it. And that's part of the cruelty of the game of cricket. That was a brilliant shot, but you got nothing for it. Good fielding, good over when you consider what has been happening before. And Wong able to stop that one.
Yeah, and just a note about that little piece of fielding there. It was well stopped, but Chaden Raymond was running behind to
Here at
stop
GMMB,
that.
love is the currency. And let's show you how.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
So as we welcome you back here, Guerra continues. And Charles has decided he's had enough of this pushing and running stuff and gets his KFC maximum.
yeah, too short here. Plenty of time just to rock back and plant that over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
And again, standing up and looking so full of confidence right now is Charles. Doesn't seem to have a bother in the world.
Yeah, everything that he's played so far has been really comfortable. He's played a few aggressive shots and looked good with those, but a couple of just pushed singles.
Much better. We haven't seen too many dot balls in this inning so far, but that's a nice little line delivery. Just a little bit of a hint of spin as well. Hall again looking to force the issues, trying to get at Guerra, but Guerra not giving him swinging room for the moment. And I think it's only a matter of time before he goes for a big one. This time he wants another quick single, but Charles decides,
I'm not coming.
nope.
I'll wait until there's a better opening. Fielder was in from backward point quite quickly, actually. Good stop. Whoa.
This time he's again trying and he's thinking and it's gone. Another KFC maximum. This time Halls, and I was just making that point, it's only a matter of time before he has a big one. And there was Guerra serve up another short delivery, not the shortest, but short enough. And Halls, with a low center of gravity, was back in his wicket and helped it over that wide long on position for another KFC maximum.
It almost hit the KFC advertising, actually.
I say, look me here.
He picked it out. Yes, there have been some really nice, aggressive, attacking shots that have gone either for the KFC Maximums or to the boundary as 4. So they've been putting the balls away very, very well. We just had that one little hiccup from Barataria when Sween had one that just I wouldn't say popped, just bounced a little bit more than he expected, and he was caught. But apart from that, they've looked very, very good.
So the Beckles Santa Cruz Sports, they conceded 70 runs in their power play. Now trying to control it. That's not a bad delivery, and just beating Charles, who, as we said, looked so much in control. And then all of a sudden he plays and misses one. So now is the wicket doing a little bit extra now that the bowlers are probably getting some pitches, especially the spinners. So Brian Yearwood. Flat, short, put away nicely. No margin for error at all there. And again, Clifton Halls quickly into his crease and using the full depth of the crease and played it away beautifully for another boundary.
Yeah, he can't afford to bowl it to Halls there. He's already shown from both ends that he's going to pull anything short. And he's done that very well. Gets into position really quickly here and heaves it over the top.
Yeah, so it's you could see him trying to get a grip on the ball using the whatever dirt he might find on the edge of the wicket there. And trying, and just the reaction, it looked like he got a touch onto that one. And for some reason, Alvin Smith, unable to hold it in. Again, bonks. This time, and the right little nibble. That's a brilliant shot. He gets it fine, and once it starts to gather speed, it's very difficult to track it down. That's 4 more.
That's what he's been looking for, isn't it? That little dab outside off stump. Use the pace of the ball. He's shaped to play that shot on a couple of occasions. This time he gets it right. And it's the bowler who's done all the work. He's put all the pace on. He's just guided it past the wicket-keeper. And those fielders behind, they haven't got a chance of stopping that.
This is better. There's nobody out deep, or rather there is a fielder here, but he had to cover a long way to his right. He did well, and then eventually it somehow eluded him, but it didn't get to the fence. He was able to still track it down and prevented it from going into the boundary. Joshua Wong coming across there.
Yeah, he was hidden behind your monitor and he ran out. He appeared all of a sudden. He did a little bit of a fumble, but managed to recover. It's a nice looking shot. He plays really well late outside the off stump. Give him any width, you're in trouble.
Quicker delivery, but treated with the respect it deserves. Pushed back along the wicket. So that ends the over. 95 for 1 it is at the end of over number 8.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. Be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need.
It's a massive total here. And back into the attack here and trying to see if he could improve is Raymond, the captain.
Well, he's nothing if not brave, bringing himself on
This
again.
early.
Yeah, he's had two goes at it and hasn't worked out. Where's he at? 38. This is his third over, fourth over actually.
And, almost there. Played at that one. Probably a little bit of variable bounce.
I don't know. I mean, if they when they have dropped it short, they get a bit of bounce. I'd like to give the groundsman a bit of credit because he did say, you know, if you put your back into it, there'll be something in there for you. So there's a little bit of bounce there.
Raymond would love nothing better than to pick up Pepper here, but he'll have to wait for that. Charles ticking it over. Again, he's quickly into double figures. He's on 12 now. Hall is on 35.
And we haven't seen anything keep low. You know, so for me, the bounce has been good. But there is something there if you work at it from both ends. Sween went at this end, and that one also just gave a little bit. Ooh,
And
there
talking
you go.
about bounce, yes. Hall was trying to pull that one, and then it got big on him. And he ended up playing a kind of I'm not sure what kind of shot it was. It's
Get
like
out of
almost
jail,
like
that one.
duck your head and
Oh, he did have a go at it. You're right, Ruskin. He did flay the bat at it, but he took his eye off the ball. His head went down.
it's a no ball, is it?
I think he signalled
give a bye,
one
just
for
a
the
bye,
over and
yeah.
one for the bye.
Yep.
Yeah, but one for the over.
This is much better from Raymond.
So Richard Mohammed, who's the curator here for this tournament, said, you know, if the pacers work, they will get some bounce. And that one, I thought, that was quite sharp. So Raymond, if he bends his back, as they say, he could get something out of the track.
And Sween, they're probably saying if he gets paced, then I could get paced. So there's an appeal for an LBW, not out. He was very keen on that one there, Raymond, but the umpire not obliging. Signals a leg by. How disappointing.
Nah. I think I might have had a shout as well if I was the bowler, and if I was the batsman, I'd have been disappointed giving that. And then, given where he's been a little bit uncertain, I think it's, going down the leg.
Yeah, but I think we just had a little adjustment in our score there. It's 93-4, and that's the official score. No, I think somewhere we might have been
a couple
credited
more.
Somebody with a boundary or 5 additional runs.
Maybe extras.
Yep. But I think we're back in tune here. So it's 93-4, and what it meant is that the power play score would be 65 and not 70. So the 65 runs at the end of the power play overs. So Mitchell is going to continue. And this is going to be tight. But again, the reaction is just a little too slow from Guerra. And it's a kind of position where you can't pick up the ball bending down and then straighten up to try to throw it. That takes time. So it has to be a quick movement. So it's almost from where you are in your stooping position. There he is. Picks it up there, but then he stands up to throw it. And that takes too much time. You have to, from that crouch position, find a way to release it. And a lot of time, because he's so close to the wicket, that's a wrist action that is required there. Just a flick almost. Played again. That's brilliant. And that is even better there. The captain, Raymond, leading by example.
That was a good stop. There were a couple of good things in the field. We just saw that one that went past the fielder square earlier on, but the rest of it has been pretty good.
Mitchell again, and very well played. And they're just keeping that. That is a shot. That is, he could almost get a run every time he plays that shot, because two things he's doing well. He's giving himself time because he's going right back in the crease, and then he's not hitting it hard. He's just taking the pace off of it, giving himself a chance. And the other thing we could add, he's also trying to place it away from the fielder. And this time he goes, Charles wanted more from that one, but hit it hard into the ground though.
No, you're absolutely right. The three things that you pointed out is why they're going to take a run there each occasion, in particular because he just pushed that. The first one, he hit it straight to him, and he ran in, and he could have had a shy. He was up, as you say, and that just delayed it a bit. But the other one was just wide of him.
This time he's going deep. There is a man out there in that very wide, long off position. And the batsman will settle for just the one run. But again, Hall not afraid to put bat to ball.
This is not a bad over.
Singles all along.
You want to say one a ball, okay. Mm-hmm. Especially when you've been going for a few. It's nice to just, get it back under control.
Well, both opening bowlers are back. And again, just as we say so, they spoil it.
Ouch.
Yep. It's almost like they don't compliment us, Ruskin and Brooks. Leave us alone.
It's the having to bowl it again. The wide is one thing. The run is on the board is one thing, but you have to bowl the ball again. And now it can be anything. It can be six. It could be a no ball. It'd be disaster. That last ball of the over, just to keep that under control.
Well, say it could be a wicket too, and he'll be thinking that. And that's well played again. Now this could be a chance at a run out, but he only had one stump to aim at, and he decided not to wait on the bowler and had a shy there, Raymond. But again, he threw it into the ground. So that's the end of the over. And at the end of the over, it's 99 for 1.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Ooh. Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
They want to get the inside information. They go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
You can see 99 for 1 now after 10, so we're at the midway point of this innings. Again, the Santa Cruz outfit, Santa Cruz Sports, they won the toss and asked the Barataria ball players, the black and white Barataria ball players, to take first strike. So far, so good. Rooks?
Yeah, I think if they were offered this at the beginning, they would take it. You're halfway there. You haven't accelerated as yet, and when that acceleration begins, you would hope to double this score plus. So you could, as you were saying earlier on, be looking at a score in excess, well, a big score, I think you said, but it could be in excess of 200, really.
So Shaquille John is going to come into the attack now, and the pressure is on because every bowler that comes into the attack now will be coming with the added pressure of trying to keep the runs down. If you can get wickets, at least minimize the damage. And but because what we've seen is that, with the exception of maybe one or two bowlers, everybody else have gone for big runs. So let's see what John could manufacture here. And immediately Hall's taking advantage of a good line delivery.
Nice looking shape to that shot. Got his foot to the pitch of the ball, head over, punched it out to deep cover. Not really comfortable.
38 from 33 for Hall. Charles, 15 from 14, so he's going even better in terms of runs per balls faced. And Ken, the heat is on, as we say. Shaquille John. Bowling from around the wicket, so he didn't wait. He started around the wicket, but he's again overcompensating by going. And they could probably run two here. This might be too easily. And as I suspected, because there is nobody in the inner ring on the onside, there is a square leg, a short fine leg, and there's a deep square leg, or deep mid-wicket, if you want to call him that. Plenty of acreage out there.
Yes, these two fielders here, you push that in the middle, and they're at a loss to think, you know, which one should go in. Because look at, he's deep here. Well,
short fine leg.
Yeah, short fine leg. Too far for him to come.
And well, he's deep, but not that deep. And Wong actually might have hurt himself because he probably stepped on the rope
yeah.
Trying to telling himself he has room back there to try to take a catch, only to see the ball sailing over his head. That's a good shot again from Charles, but of even more concern for Santa Cruz is the apparent injury to Wong. So another KFC maximum.
We'll keep an eye on Wong just to make sure that he is okay. But as you say, I think it was he was looking at the ball, not looking at the footing, and he stepped on the rope.
And again, that gone is even better, but the result is the same. Another KFC maximum.
Yeah, again, too short and pulled away. This has been the shot of the innings so far, the pull shot. Whenever that happens, you know that you've been bowling too short. And there's shouts from the crowd. I mean, don't need us to add, but the shouts from the crowd are, you can't bowl to him there.
Well, I figure he learned that by now. And that's better. But again, they could probably scamper a second run. In fact, they will scamper a second. No, they decide against it. Wong, despite being hobbled, did very well there, at least to force a change of mind there from Halls, because he looked like they looked like 2 runs all the way.
I think you're right. If they'd gone a little bit quicker on the first, and then they had a look to see who it was that had to come in off the boundary, they should have run a second.
And here they go again. That's another good shot, but only a single. But they'll take that because it's another rotation of strike.
And I said, because it was Wong, you know, you had to know that he was hobbling. You should have run the first one quickly, put him under pressure. And oddly enough, the bowler didn't go back to the stumps quick enough. So there would have been, it would have been too hurried.
So 117 for 1 now at the end of over number 11. And you look at the figures there, Raymond going for naught for 40, naught for 35 from Mitchell, 1 for 12 for Guerra, naught for 8 for Yearwood, and 1 over from Shaquille John, 18 runs, including those 2 big sixes.
Yearwood is the only one who hasn't gone for big runs.
Yep, and to a lesser extent Guerra, but everybody else, the other 3 bowlers.
Yeah.
Speaking of Guerra, or rather it's Yearwood who's continuing. He's done very well so far.
Oh dear, I've just called his name. You know what that means, don't you? He's going to go for some runs.
And this one is pulled away, but again, dropping well short. Now, what they've done, we had a U17, we had the girls tournament here as well, and they used the ropes, the boundary marker further in, so you could see sometimes some of the players might get confused with it. But that's the...
But not us.
No. But that's the initial boundary.
Yes.
And so now they push the rope further back. Big man field now.
And that marking has remained, yeah.
Edge, 4 runs. Off, it peels off a thick outside edge. And Jerome Lean in the background there.
And you really do get value for shot here. Although this is a mishit, it goes so quickly. Pace off the ball. You get to use the pace off the ball, and all you need is a little bit of bat, and off it goes in either direction.
You know, you were talking about the cost of some of the bats that we have now, but I also say if you're paying for the edge as well, so use it. And that's another almighty hit. There are 2 fielders closing in there, but they're just looking up to probably see if they could see a star in the night sky. They can't find it. And that's another KFC maximum.
Good hit from Charles, and he's looked good from the moment he came in.
So brilliant camera work as well. Look at it, he just got it under the ball and with a nice sweet swing at the bat, almost like a golf swing there. It's
funny because we had 2 cameras on it, and one was really good, and the other one was, well, we're not going to mention that one, are we?
We just said it was a KFC maximum.
Our technical team down the end are laughing about that.
He's driving again, he's really looking in the mood here. Now Charles catching up to Hall when you consider, because he's quickly on to 39 now.
He does look nice, doesn't he? There's something well organised about it, unhurried. I suppose it's his height that helps with that feeling of elegance. Yeah.
And
and he's not rushed.
Yearwood had his figure spoilt, and this is going to be another opportunity here. Wong almost overran it, and luckily for him, it slowed down just enough, but he was trying to cover the initial line and then almost found himself with egg on his face there. The end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 130 for 1 after 12.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
They want to get the inside.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
So back here, 12 overs completed, 130 for 1, and this young man is under serious pressure now. His first over went for 18, and Shaquille John with an opportunity to redeem himself. And that's beautifully bowled.
That'll be his downfall, won't it? He's going to play it into the hands of the keeper. He's going to try to play it so just the tiniest of edges, and he'll just gift it to the keeper if he's not careful. Talking about Clifton Hall, he likes that shot. We've seen it from the get-go. And how many balls has he faced? 40.
And that's another good shot again, but can't find the gap.
That's a great stop at extra cover, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, Wood in the way there, bowling well, fielding well.
I mean, they would only have got one, to be honest. There's a man in the deep, but still, it was a good stop.
Fans continue to pile in here. And this is almost interesting here. They're going to go for the second. Charles not interested in it. Halls was, but Charles decided one is enough. No need to take any undue risks. So he goes to 45, Clifton Hall. Charles is on 39. He's one swing away from catching up to Hall. We've seen him swing the bat with some impunity. Something like that. And that one goes again. Another KFC maximum. It flew out to the ground. And I would have to say the vehicle that was coming was probably a little, luckily I would have to say, a little too late.
I think you're right. He only just avoided getting
an unwelcome passenger.
Yeah, that hit the wall at the back.
It's an almighty hit. That one flew. Didn't get high as some of the others, but it rushed out to the ground. This is good batting, and I was just saying he was one swing of the bat away from tying Halls. They're both on 45. And he goes again. That's brilliant work from John there. If you can't field your own bowling, then something's wrong. He did brilliantly there.
That last hit was up to 80 meters. Huge hit.
And again, that too is going to sail out of the ground. The man at mid-wicket is right back on the fence. And all Raymond could do is look up at it. And Dejan Charles gets his 50, another KFC maximum.
All that talk about KFC is getting me hungry. They're really going for it, aren't they? And as you said, he had the chance to redeem himself, but Charles got hold of him on a couple of occasions, went big. So his figures are going to be looking really damaged, I'm afraid.
So again, 13 from that over. So it's been a real letdown, I would imagine, from the bowlers. So 51 from 24 deliveries for Charles.
So my take on this now is, given that you're unlikely to bowl them out, you've got 7 overs, 1 wicket down, 143 for 1. You have to find a way to contain them.
And this man has done a good job so far, Yearwood. Probably the only one who has not been treated with total disdain by the two batsmen, in fact by all three batsmen who arrived at the crease so far. So Halls did the smart thing, took the single, got off strike. And so the man with the hot hands is back on strike now, Dejon Charles.
51 off 24 deliveries.
Bonks.
That's the only thing that has slowed them down, hasn't it? A bit of bounce. We had the one caught from Sweden, we had the bouncer, and just a couple at this end who just work hard and get a bit of lift.
You did say get a bit of lift, and
he
took
scored
it on the second attempt. What a brilliant effort indeed. It took a while to get there, but he will claim it, no doubt. Brilliant work in the field from Guerra. Davis Guerra with the catch.
Yes, carved to the man at backward point. He actually it was about to go over his head. He almost goalkeeper-like tipped it over the bar, and then on the way down managed to grab hold of it and
So
haul it
Guerra,
in.
yep, Guerra taking a fine catcher on the rebound, the second attempt.
A good knock from Dejon Charles. He got the runs quickly. He's put his team in a really good position. 144 for 2. We're part way through the 14th, over 13.3. And they still look on course for a big score. I'm wondering if they'll get over that 200 mark. Who've got coming in now?
Jeremy Araujo.
Hall is giving the incoming batsman a bit of advice. I think the only thing that I would say, Ruskin, if I was, in the middle and someone was coming to join me, is just, watch for a little bit of bounce. There's some bounce in the pitch.
Yeah, I think if you're sitting in a pavilion and you're looking on at what is happening out there, you would realize that the bounce has been, it's almost like a tennis bounce sometimes. So you have to stay on top of the ball as much as possible, unless you're deciding you're trying to get under it. And so then you play that way. But if you're trying to keep it down, well, then you have to make sure and cover the ball and stay there. So 144 for 2.
Yeah, but he's doing his job, isn't he?
Yeah, Wood doing very well.
Not there.
Yeah, that's good. Cramping him a little bit there. Batsman eager, Araujo, trying to get off the mark quickly. I think he too has to try and get Halls back on strike now. That's a beauty.
You should have one more ball in the over.
Soon is pushed into the gap, and that's a good ball. That's good football skills out there. And Mitchell again doing good work out in the deep. And, but the batsman will complete 2. So 146 for 2. No, 148 for 2 rather, after 14.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
So 146 for 2. A critical stage here now. 14 overs completed. 22 to Sween, 53 to Charles. They're the 2 men out.
That last over just did what we were talking about. Just slowed things down a little bit. The wicket as well. And that's what they're going to want again. They need someone to back Yearwood up here. And I'm not entirely sure that John's the man to do it. I don't mean to be disparaging, but he's gone for plenty so far.
And I'm sure he'll be hoping to maybe just pick up a couple dot balls. Shaquille John, if he can't get wickets, then don't leak runs.
And he starts with a dot.
That's another brilliant shot. That's gone again. So excellent work again. Another KFC maximum from Clifton Halls. And that brings up his half century from 45 deliveries.
And the 150 as well. They go on to 152. That one disappears. Got caught up in the background. Now you can't see it because, of course, it's night here. But this is the foothills of the Northern Range. It'd be nice when we get the day games on the weekend. Nice view that we've got.
It's nice and green and lush because of the amount of rain we've been having. Had a lot of rain today, and that caused a lot of traffic in the Port of Spain area. A lot of flooding as well.
We were very lucky here. I think I was here at 11, possibly earlier, and we didn't have any rain. It passed us. We saw it passing.
To you waved at it?
Right, yeah. And well, we did have the covers on for a while, and that warmed things up. So the drying process that was underway, that was stalled for a moment. But the outfield, as you can see, hasn't suffered because we dodged the rain. But I drove out for lunch and got caught in the rain, a mile from here? You didn't have to go far, and it was raining somewhere else. I think maybe Pity Valley or somewhere a little bit further down. But up here, we avoided it.
We just got a picture there of the father of the 2 Bravos, 46-47 on his back.
Oh, we may get to see one of them. He's on the team sheet, isn't he?
Yeah, but I would imagine with CPL duties, unless he can come
ask
back
his brother for time
after.
off.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not gonna see him.
So there might actually be an opportunity for him. You never know.
Oh, down the track.
And that one, he climbed into that one brilliantly, straight as an arrow. And
a dog on the far side of the road got chased away.
Another KFC maximum.
That ball had the dog running for cover.
Whenever from our vantage point we could see the traffic, and every time the ball is sailing out the ground in that direction, I look to see if there are any cars coming.
Well, there's a flat roof on the. There's a house behind the sight screen, the black sight screen. To the right of that, there's a flat roof, and that ball went bouncing off the flat roof. Now, I know these are 65. That's got to be 72, 73 meters. The road's got to be 80. We're at 85, 90 meters. As I said, this is.
It's actually the one to the right of it.
Yeah,
that's
right.
One here.
Yeah, the flat roof one.
Yep.
Yeah, that goes bouncing off there. I was saying just a couple of weeks ago, these guys were hitting 85 plus 90. We measured one up there at 92 meters.
You know, as you're looking at the roof there, a lot of these houses were actually flat roofs, and they were concrete roofs. Some of the houses. Here he goes again.
Oh, that's a replay.
Brilliant. Again, yeah. Yeah, but they were flat houses, flat roof houses, essentially concrete slabs. This one is even better, but he's out caught.
Oh, on the boundary.
Brilliant catch on the boundary, and there's the captain coming into play there this time. Raymond taking the catch, and that is the end of Clifton Halls for a very well played 56.
Yeah, that was very well caught. Had to keep his eye on it. He never got into a position to stop and wait for it. He was on the move the whole time, and those are always the most difficult. He couldn't set and wait for it to come into his stomach. He had to move around to his right, and that was well held.
So he goes for, I think, a 62. So a brilliant knock from him, 158. It is now for the loss of 3 wickets.
So the conundrum here is, can Shaquille John get out of this with 12 off the over and a wicket? Or are we going to get the incoming batsman to
Marlon
slap
Phillip
him about a bit?
The captain, Marlon Phillip.
Because 158 for 3 with 2 balls left in the over, that will take us to, completed 15. Is not that bad. They're going to have to go some to get up to the 200 odd. So these 2 balls from Shaquille John are really important. You can't afford to travel in these 2. You've already gone for 2 big KFC maximums already. You've got to try and keep Marlon Phillip quiet, especially as it's his first delivery.
Yeah, he's a big fella too, and so you know that he packs a decent punch.
Was it John who bowled a short one earlier and had someone in a bit of trouble?
Actually, that was Riemann, I think it was.
Okay. There's the dot. One more. One more dot. And as they say here locally, and you're inside. You won't feel that bad if you can get out of this with a dot. Yes, you've gone for the 2 maximums, but you did take a wicket, and you can still come out of this with 3 dots.
That's well bowled, just tucking him up a little bit and restricting his ability to score. End of the over, 158 for 3 now after 15.
And you've got to feel a bit better, haven't you? Your first couple of balls went big, and you claw it back, and you take a wicket. That was another dot. So 4 dots and the two sixes. And in the scheme of things, you think, okay, I'll have to take it. 158 for 3. 15 gone.
So we have 5 to go now. So this is kind of like the happy hour stage of the innings. The good thing for the Santa Cruz team is that there are 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. So it's not like there was somebody who was whacking it around the ground.
Yeah, they faced 5 balls between them.
Yep.
So really that 200 is maybe looking like 185 now.
Guerra is back, and immediately he's welcomed with a vicious drive. But he's just got a single from it, but a good fluent drive from Araujo.
Yeah, you've got the 2 men out in the deep now. So even the straight hits would be 1.
So there's a nice platoon. There's a man at deep square leg, a deep mid wicket and a long on, a long off, and a point on the boundary. And again, trying to force the issue. Guerra doing well. Davis Guerra holding his own.
And here's the dilemma that they face. Because the outfield is so quick, they'll play a really nice looking shot and they can only take one. You might want to go back to what one of the opening bats did and just take the pace off the ball. There you go.
And immediately they set off.
If it gets past him, there's a second. If you hit it too hard, there's only one. You know, most of these places, there will just be one. So it's that dab, that guide, past the men in the infield, and you'll get your second run.
So three singles so far in the over. And he's trying to change that, and that's a good stop there. Brilliant work. Hit hard, but Guerra did exceptionally well to stop that one. And a little shimmy again, but only a single.
In the context of the game, this is actually a great over. Really, he's doing terrific.
And to take up from Yearwood, because Yearwood was the one who kept things very tight. And this time, this could be a chance, but he doesn't attack it. He doesn't. He seemed to give up on it, and Guerra is probably saying, "Why didn't you just rush in and get it?" 163 for 3 now after 16.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB. It's banking for you.
So 163 for 3 at this point in time.
And I'm okay with that last piece of fielding. You know, you rush in, you try and take it, you drop it, it goes for 4. You know, you take it comfortably, it's 1 run.
You try explaining that to the bowler.
Yeah, he wants it on his figures, doesn't he? I mean, I might, throw my hands up, but as the fielder, take 1. We know it's just 1.
So here's the man of the moment now. And
he's
taking
gone.
another one. Yep, he's gotten the edge of a Rahul, and he goes for 5.
Well, they've really put the brakes on here, haven't they? 163. I mean, at this sort of stage, you weren't thinking they were going to be up maybe 20, 25 runs further ahead. They just managed to claw things back. It's a much, much more manageable total when you go into the dressing room and you have your talk.
Yes, it's a key. John doing very well there. Again, trying to play that horizontal back shot. And just, again, a little bit of bounce because he got under the ball. And that was the end of that. So Kevis, John.
It wasn't, again, thinking about where the big shots had gone and you haven't been in for a long time, you've only faced a few balls, and where you were going to get value for shot. It wasn't such a bad idea. He was looking to guide it past the men on the infield and come back for a couple, but just got the edge.
So, a bit of a fight back here now, coming from the Beckle Santa Cruz Sports. They won the toss. They asked Barataria to bat first. Barataria took advantage of some loose bowling early on. But now Santa Cruz Sports are trying to just to reel them back in a little bit. The projected score, 202 from here. It's going to take some getting. And again, a little dab. So this has been a good comeback from Shaquille John.
I don't see them getting that projected score because 1, 2, 3, 4 have already gone. You're down to 5 and 6 at the crease now. And both of them are new to the crease.
And that's more like it. John is off the mark. Sure, he'll be happy with that. Again, just opening the face, finding the gaps, and getting the rotation going. So he is right-handed. The left-handed Marlon Phillip is back on strike now. Can he get the ball away? It's been relatively quiet. 2 from 5. And they all count. Yep. That goes really off the edge, but it climbed past over the head of the slip cordon. And it's going to take them all.
I mean, you can say that he didn't really know a great deal about it, but he did get some bat on it.
Yeah, he's swinging for the fences there.
And as we say, the pace from the ball, a little bit off the bat, and then a quick outfield adds up to runs.
And again, and that one sounded sweetly, but again, he's only going to get a single. But that one really traveled.
Beautiful pickup, great throw, and 1 run. That's nice cricket all round, actually. Good ball, well hit, beautiful pickup, and a great throw in.
Chidian Raymond doing the honours.
He looks as though he's got something about him, and he's only young as well.
So can they keep them under the 200 run total? Or will Barataria ball players find a little purple patch here in the dregs? And that's very well played again. That's a nice shot, but maybe just only a single. So Shaquille John wouldn't be too worried about that. His 4 overs have cost him 50 runs, but he's picked up 2 wickets.
2 for 50 off 4. And given as you said earlier, the carnage that was taking place at the front of the innings, he'll feel as though maybe he escaped a bit. I mean, you don't want to go for 50 off 4, but you do take 2 wickets, 25 apiece. Well, he gave it a go. $170 for 4.
So they have 3 overs to go. They have 18 balls. Can they really get maybe 30 runs from that?
Yeah.
Maybe 40 if they can.
They'll be disappointed if they go a run a ball. 18 doesn't get them even into 190, and given the position that they were in, 220 it looked possible, so you can't end up in the 180s. That would be a disappointment to them.
Guerra, and that one is going, and it's just sneaking over for another KFC maximum.
He would have had to have been standing on the boundary in order to take that, and that would have been over his head.
It's coming right into your living rooms, just over the ropes.
Yeah, if he was, well, this one would have had to have been much squarer. He's a backward square leg.
And again, trying for that big hit, and they're going to get a single 2 from the ricochet. Cricket could be a cruel game sometimes.
Leg bite. Where are we going here? 177 for 4. 2 balls already. 7 off the over so far.
He has to be smart here now. This could be an out. He could be run out at the non-striker's end. Yes, he is. So Marlon Phillip with the big hit when Kevis John was just out of his crease. He goes run out for 9, and we were just talking about how cruel cricket could be, and that's one of those cruel dismissals. Run out at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. When we were talking about that just before we had the toss, I was out there with Kyle Ramdu and talking about that kind of out, and the ball is hit back hard and then ricocheted onto the stumps. Here's another look at it. Difficult to see from that position, but there's a better look. Yeah, he's already claiming it and he's not in, so. Right, back live.
And again, driving the ball straight, and this time he misses.
They just take the 177.
So Kwame Mohammed is out there now.
I think it may be a little bit more, 178 after the single.
So great opportunity for these tailenders here. I think they're coming with a license to just swing. Don't worry about anything.
Stand and deliver.
And that's well played.
Yeah, we're up to 179 for 5. Got one more ball left in the over. Davis Guerra. It is Marlon Phillip is on 8. He's faced 9 deliveries. And last ball of the over.
This one is in the air, but it's going to land safely just out of his grasp there. And it was dying on him. It would have been a spectacular catch had he been able to get around to it. And in fact, it would have required something out of the ordinary just to get down and to get that one. That's Karen Raymond. They're trying his best, but not able to get to it.
See, this is what we're talking about. You stop the 4, or you go for the catch. Go for the catch, goes for 4. Stop it, they take 1.
It was close enough. He probably was, I suppose, encouraged to try and get to it because it was so close to him.
Absolutely. That's your natural instinct, is to take the catch. The thing there would have been to cover it, stop it at 1, get it back in, and he would have had a few shouts. Come on, catch the ball, catch the ball. Hey, 1 run. 183 for 5 now. Trying to get the field exactly where the bowler is happy, and the skipper. Where is the skipper, by the way? He's normally around when they are. Well, he's got the ball in hand.
Yep, so he's going to try to finish off here.
If he doesn't give any extras away, he's a useful player. The extras scare me because he hasn't had his radar in operation.
Chidian Raymond is back into the attack.
No, didn't like it for some reason.
not the power that he wanted, but again, they're going to take it because it's productive in the sense that he's able to get off the mark and rotate the strike.
Well, at least to give it to Philip, who's faced 10 deliveries. He's on 12. He's got to swing the bat now. They're up into that 180.
Well, he's
mark.
been swinging the bat straight. He's been hitting in that V area. Hit that.
There's a hint of it being wide-ish, but he didn't get called. So it's 2 dots to start things off. Remember, one of the other bowlers went for
50.
a few more.
Shakib John 2 for 50. Again, looking for power, but precious little timing.
Not quite sure about this.
Yeah, because
that's got me confused.
Because he bowled 2, came back and he bowled 1, and here he is now trying to finish up his 4th over.
Anyway, he runs in now.
That's well played, but again, immediately on playing it, they're off and running.
As long as he keeps it on line, he's difficult to get away. All right, we're coming down to the, not lower middle order, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are down to 6, 7. They haven't got the delicate shots, have they? And really big hits.
That's well played, but again, the field is well set and restricting them to just the 1 run.
Excellent over 4. 3 off the over so far. This is excellent. Really put the brake on.
When you come in, this is the 18th over, so the 19th over rather. So this is the penultimate over. So this is the over you want to cash in. You're going the other way right now.
Yeah, not go for 3. Dot here would be magic. What a comeback.
The wicket may be even better. And that is just as I was hinting at that. And that's the end of the wicket.
And I'll take the playway numbers at the same time. Ruskin, thanks very much. And let me know what you predict.
But again, not able to really get the ball away. He was trying to squeeze something out there, and nothing doing.
There's no getting away from the fact that he bowled poorly in the first couple of overs. But when he gets it right, okay, he plays on here, but you take him however you get. It's just as bold in the column, and that's a good comeback.
And you could see, well, like I said, because he's so chest on, he's prone to pushing the ball outside the off stump, and he swings the ball.
When he gets it right, he's useful. I would like to see what his real figures are, because I don't think he's allowed to bowl 5 overs, is he?
No, certainly, Raymond.
So we need to have a look at that. But it's 186 for 6 now as we go into the last over. And, even if you give them the 200, I think they'll feel as though they've gotten away, they've dodged a bullet, because they were looking at 220 at one time. So to come back with another good over in the last one is really asking a great deal. Again, you can only go on the batsman that they're facing, and if these two can't get it away and they end in the 190s, I still think it will be a huge task for Santa Cruz to chase down these runs, but you don't want to be chasing over 200.
There's Marlon Phillips is still out there. And And again, he's out of his crease. If he hits, he's out. But he misses.
And where was the keeper? And the keeper's got to be up at the stumps here. And he's watching the ball.
Maybe he never moved towards the stump.
No. So it was all down to him to hit there, and he thought, well, if I miss the stumps, where's that going? There'll be runs, so just as well as he held it.
Again, big hit, but no placement and no power. So Philip really has been having a tough time getting the ball away, Marlon Phillip.
And again, well held by the fielder. He could have had a shy, but for what? Just give them that single.
So Vaughan Brown is out there.
Dot ball first, single. Can there be another good over here, Ruskin? I mean, back-to-back really good overs. You should be looking at 16, 17 off the last 2 overs. They've had 4 so far and 3 balls to come.
And a full pitch delivery that I don't think it was high enough, so I don't think there's any question of it being a no ball. But it was certainly full to the bat. Couldn't take advantage because at this stage they're swinging so hard. A lot of times they lose their shape, and they instead of clubbering it, they miss-hit it a lot of times. And sometimes here it's probably just a delicate shot that is well placed, might actually net you more.
Try to get fancy.
Yep. So Brown is telling him just to push it and run, or hit it hard through the offside.
He's just got the one delivery to come. I thought the last over was good. If you can get out of this with... Well, it doesn't matter. Even if he goes for 6, he'll only have gone for 8 off the last over. And that's it.
So that's brilliantly bowled. Marlon Phillips complaining there, but he can't get it away. And so this is excellent bowling there from Mitchell.
All right,
another
dot. He's better than the last over.
Not for 36 now, so he has 1 ball. Can he avoid a mishap here? Can he take a wicket? And a big swing and a miss. They're going to have to run here.
They're not going to be able to.
Marlon Phillip doesn't seem interested at all. He just jogged the single there. So 189 it is for 6 at the end of 20.
189, we were talking 220 at one stage. To get it under 200, okay. To get it out of 190, I think is incredible. I still think that it's going to be the tough score to chase down. 189 for 6, the final score. Ruskin.
So it's 190 is going to be the victory target here. 2 for 50 for Shaquille John, Chadian Raymond, 1 for 43. And of course, we had that run out inside of there, but the young man John picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 50 for him. And here it is. I think Marlon Phillips was the man who was batting at the end here. So somewhere along the line, I think they mixed him up in there. John was the one who was unfortunately run out. And but other than that, the bulk of the scoring came at the top. 22 to Sween, 58. It was to Halls, in fact, 62 to Halls and 53 to Charles. They are the principal scorers. So we look at it again. These are just some of the highlights. And this is when Halls and Sween were feasting.
Feasting.
It was shot after shot.
You haven't mentioned that because of KFC, have you?
It's finger licking good. And that was the first wicket to fall there. Swing goes to 22. And but then he was joined by Charles, and the big fella wasted little time in getting in on the KFC maximum party. Halls also helping himself to a half century. These two really stroked the ball to all parts. But they were pepper in that mid-wicket region. And this was the man who did most of the damage in terms of limiting the scoring. Here, this one goes for 4. That's a good shot from Hall. But it was Yearwood who really checked this advance. And opportunity for a run out that was way off there. The return from Raymond was very short, and this was a brilliant pickup. Not much movement, just a nice little pickup, and deposited out over mid-wicket. And again, felt good once, felt even better the second time around. And talking about feeling better, this time nicely done again. And he was trying, this time we were thinking about the vehicles passing in the road and the safety of the passengers. And but he just kept going to get to his half century, and in impressive fashion. And then a brilliant catch here, diving back there on the second attempt to get rid of him. Yearwood, the bowler, Guerra, the man doing the fielding there. Still, Hall was going at a rate of knots. Eventually got to his half century, and then he was holed out to Raymond in the deep there. Good running catch. There you look at it again. Brilliant work. Good shot. He probably thought he had 6 in the bag there. And another one, just a little nibble. Araho goes caught behind by Smith off the bowling of John. He ended with 2 for 50. And of course, another big catch taken out in the deep. This was the run out there, unfortunately for Kwame Mohammed, run out. So Barataria ball players, 189 for 6 after they were put in. So we'll take a short break and then we come back for the run chase. Santa Cruz Sports, and that should be Beckel Santa Cruz Sports. They need 190 for a victory.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
Love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible? Feel like just a number.
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
They want to get the inside information. They go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Let's welcome you back here. Now we're getting ready for the reply, and this, of course, is the Santa Cruz Sports. They're the ones trying to get to 190 for a victory, and what a first half of this game we've had, and now it's a question: is the second half going to be just as interesting? Marlon Phillip, who was not out at the end, where he's going to pick up the attack.
I've already heard some talk about Devon Sween being related to Dexter Sween. I'm sure that will be either, proven or disproved. I don't know. Anyway, here's the first delivery.
And there it goes. So it immediately he's off the mark. No messing around. So Marlon Phillip, not the start he wanted with the ball. So the big fella Devon Sween, tall and rangy. And the other thing too is the dew and whether that becomes a factor now. Are they able to grip the ball?
Yes, I mean, there's always talk about the day-night changes.
And again, just over the head of the man at that short cover position, short extra cover.
And that little slip, I don't know if you saw. So you're quite right. A little bit dewy underfoot.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to go hand to wicket. And because he probably saw the bounce that they were getting earlier, so he's probably trying to just hit it and see if it takes off the wicket. But he's not bowling with any pace.
Yeah, so he's not going to generate the same kind of bounce as we saw from two of the others who were considerably sharper, I think. We still haven't gone to the Alf Gover cricket school thing. I haven't forgotten. I'll come back to it. You and I are the only two in this room who've got a clue as to what we're talking about. I suppose there are a few people at home who may know about it as well.
Oh, that's a no ball. Yep. And just as we were talking about the gripping of the ball, and because this is something that you kind of like have to practice how to bowl with a wet ball or a damp ball, and if you don't, then you're going to have real problems sometimes with it because you can't grip it too hard. And that's a free hit, but he cannot take full advantage of it.
And there's a good illustration of a ball where they weren't asking him to run in and catch it because it would have done no good.
Yep. He didn't have to really because
just give them the one.
Yeah, just give them the one and settle for that. So Marlon Phillip here now under a little bit of pressure. He don't want to leak big runs early. That will set the platform for Santa Cruz. And, we're unable to take full advantage here now. So Devon Sween, big fella, strong, rangy. And there's a feeling he's walking. Brilliant. Indeed. No real turn. It just went on its way. And like I said, he's just trying to get it into the wicket. And that's the end of Sween. He goes for 5. And what a breakthrough this is.
Yes, caught behind, just tickled it to the wicket-keeper. Thought he would run it down to that third man area. And all credit to him, actually, because he didn't wait for the umpire's finger to go up. He knew he'd been caught behind and he walked. One down, over number one. One ball left to come, 7 for 1.
So Kashma Mitchell. He's a new batsman. We saw him bowl very well. In fact, he bowled a brilliant final over and really put the stranglehold on the Barataria ball players batting at the tail end. But now he probably didn't think he was going to be batting this early or this quickly, and hasn't had time to sort of cock up his legs and relax a little bit. He's out there now with a different objective, trying to score runs. He was trying to minimize runs with the ball in his hand. Now he's trying to get as many as he can with bat in hand. And immediately he's off the mark.
Yeah, the same thing could be said for batsmen 4 and 5. They have to start padding up now. 3 is already in there, end of that over.
8 for 1. The key here too is how they must have a plan of how they're going to get these runs, and so it's going to be interesting to see what that approach is. Does one man do the heavy lifting, and you kind of, somebody just kind of drops anchor, and everybody sort of bats around. So if you lose another wicket in the power play, I suppose in the dressing room you allow yourself that luxury. You know you probably might lose two wickets because you're going hard. You're trying to get a good start, and but sometimes you know both batsmen will be trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'd go for 1, 2, 3, and 4 doing the same thing, and in the event that one stayed or one of the two, that the lower down you go, the more responsibility gets put on the higher batter who's faced more balls and has scored more runs. That doesn't come into it in here because you lost one so early.
Here's Vaughan Brown. He picks up the attack, and that one peels off the edge, just eludes the man at backward point. They think for a moment of a second, and then they decide against it. All of a sudden, the fielders now, I'm not sure what kind of footwear they're having, but a lot of them seem to be having problems gripping on the surface. We didn't see too much of that when they were in the field, when they were batting rather, but now we're looking at them and they're all over the place.
Yeah, I mentioned when they were coming out about it being, day-night. It's not a day-night at all. This has taken place. We didn't begin until 6:30, so there's no way you're going to say that this is a day-night game. It's a night game, but with the more difficult conditions as far as dew and things are concerned coming in the second innings.
Well, yeah, what it is. Quicker delivery, well bowled again, forcing him to defend. Not the lightning fast start that we had when ball players just took the bull by the horn, as they say.
Yeah, it looked really good, didn't it?
And again, just up and down, playing it within the V. And but there's limiting to just the one run.
Yes, a much more sedate start to this innings. But then you've got the target on the board. You know what you're chasing, and you can act. You can pace your innings.
Mitchell. This one is going deep. There is a man running back there. Can he get under it? And it always looked like it was going to be difficult. And they're still running. He's only just recovering here now, but difficult catch. He never set under the ball.
Yeah, it was going further than he thought.
He got spun around.
Yeah. Heat those ones over your shoulder. Always, good to be going back and looking at the ball rather than running and looking over your shoulder.
And again, this time he gets the gap. That's a brilliant shot. Very well played. He just stood up there and hammered it, Mitchell, for a boundary.
Yeah, the advantage here is knowing exactly how many runs per over you need to stay with the run rate. You're batting second, you're chasing, and if it is that it's 9 or thereabout, you need 3 or 4 big overs, and it becomes within your control. Right now, I think it's the required run rate is 9 or so and over, and they're going at 8 and over. But we're only in the second over, so.
And the thing is, you could go hard. You could go hard for a short period, and that's well played again. That too is going to find a gap. Brilliant batting from Mitchell, Cashman Mitchell, making it look easy.
And then, all right, so the scoreboard, the big electronic scoreboard towards where that ball was hit isn't working, but it would be showing quite a bad picture for the bowling side here, because you went in there and you thought it was going to be 220. A lot of us thought it was going to be 220. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't. It wasn't 190, it was 180. And now with 20 on the board, you're going to struggle.
So 20 for 1 at the end of over number 2. And again, just putting it into the wicket and hoping that it would probably explode off the wicket. When that doesn't happen, Mitchell and company can tee off. So we're going to have Villalba.
2 big overs from Santa Cruz would really put Barataria up against it here. I'm talking about 15, 16 and over. You get 2 of those back to back, and the whole shape of the game changes.
So Carl Villalba is going to pick up the attack from the southern end. And not able to take advantage of that. So it's we have the 2 fielders out, the deep mid wicket, it's fairly square, and they're long on. So those are the 2 men out for the first 6 overs. And you're going to have to hurry, but that's well played because he pushed it in the gap. And there was a little hesitation, but Mitchell responded, and they were able to go through for that. Ryan Yearwood goes to 3. Mitchell, with those big lusty blows in the last over, the second of which was was placed nicely into the gap for his second boundary. He's on to 12 as he waits now. Just a slip in place. And then a nice ring on the offside. And we look at it, they have a backward point, there's a slip, a backward point, a cover, extra cover, another extra cover, and a mid-off. So everybody's on the offside, so you don't even have to bowl, and as a matter of fact, we probably don't even have to bowl on the stump. Don't drift anywhere near the pads. Here's a brilliant delivery, swing and a miss.
Yeah, he's trying to drag that from outside the off stump onto the onside where, as you say, there's no protect. There's just one man in the deep.
Again, good fielding. And so again, now this is a deliberate ploy. They've set the field, and they're basically challenging the bowlers.
Come and get it.
Yep, and they're putting the pressure on the batsmen, try and beat this field. As you say in local parlance, if you name man. And I don't think that's not going to hurt at all. They're going to be happy with that. Just 2 runs coming from that over. A good first over from Villalba. And at the end of it, it's 22 for 1.
Yeah, you might want to have him back on.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This GMMB ad is what, a minute long?
Sween is doing most of the directing out there, by the way.
Just over the head of the man at mid-off. He's not back on the boundary, so he's kind of in no man's land there. And this time, Yearwood just got under it. Actually, it is Mitchell who is delivering the body blows right now. Almost took 4 runs away from him. He'd be very disappointed. People probably might have a word with me later on. He goes to 19 now. And that's well played again. And it looked like he was going to have to settle for a dot ball, but then...
misfield.
Yep. Cardinal sin there. But I suppose it will be a cardinal sin depending on what happens now. But if he was to get a wicket here, you'll say, see, worked out fine.
I set that up really well.
That was the plan all along. It happens, and we've seen that happen quite a lot too. So Marlon Phillip in his second over, 1 for 15 so far. Got that early wicket, looking for more. And he might get it here. It goes high into the end. Any ball in the under the lights is always difficult to do, especially when you're playing on a ground like this. Well, at any ground, once it goes up into the night lights, in the night sky like this, it's difficult to track it down. Just to locate the ball it could be difficult at times. And look at how it hit like a wedge shot. Just hit and stop.
Yeah, our cameraman managed to catch it again. Good job. He was the only one to catch it.
And again, another big swing, but they could only get a single. So, Phillips doing a decent job, even though he was clubbered for that 6 earlier. Still trying to pull things back here a little bit.
Sween's got plenty to say, hasn't he?
Yep, he's probably the more experienced one in the group, so they look up to him. Oh, that's a big hit. There's a man out there, but that left the bat like in a real hurry.
And again, we go back to talking just how quickly the ball gets to the fielders in the deep, and then you know there's just going to be that one run. Left or right, then you've got a chance of making them run and picking up a second. But if it goes direct, it's just the one.
Yeah, he's hitting it so hard that he can't even give himself a chance at a second run, even if there's a misfield. And the ball is traveling so quickly. Oh, that's great. And how did that miss? It missed everything. It came in with the arm. There was no spin at all, no turn. And that one went right through. Look at it. It passed to the right of the wicketkeeper. And it just missed the stump. Missed everything. 4 byes. So at the end of over number 4, 37 for 1.
Yeah, they haven't started motoring yet, only 4 overs. 6, 8, 10. I'll see things pick up. You'll get a chance to see where we're going. 6 overs, 8 overs, 10 overs. You see the direction that the game has taken by then.
If you want to do a quick comparison here, after 4 overs, there were 56 Barataria ball players, 56 for 1.
Yeah, they'd really put them to the sword, hadn't they?
Loss.
Yeah. They were motoring early on. And they kept up a reasonable rate. It would be difficult to say where things dipped, except in the last 3 overs. I think we were expecting a few more runs in those last 3 overs, and they just didn't get there.
So Darren Wilson is going to pick up the attack, and immediately he's hammered into the deep, and that's going to roll into the boundary for 4.
Funny, isn't it? Anything that goes up and then down just bobbles along. You hit the ball along the ground and it just seems to pick up pace. So the aerial ones like this,
because it's still a bit soft.
Yeah, it just about made it, didn't it?
Yeah,
really needed it
soggy.
to. You hit it along the top and it just skims across.
But if you're trying to get it onto the greens, you love a surface like this.
Yes, it won't run away.
No, it wouldn't go very far.
Yeah. I promised myself a long time ago that I'd never play golf, and I've always stuck to that.
Quicker delivery, but it's wide. When I say a quicker delivery, that was a much quicker delivery from Wilson. Too wide though, he's going to have to do it all over again. And that's a massive hit. And there's a car. That was very close indeed.
Still going down the road.
It just went up, up, up and away. And look at the vehicle there. You could see the car. Look at the ball. Look at the car. Ooh.
There was a fielder out there, by the way. And we were asking for the 12th man, weren't we? The 12th man happens to be fielding on the other side of the road. I don't know who it is, but he happened to be on hand to pick that one up, and now he's stayed around to watch the rest of the game. You think, this might be interesting.
Yep.
I'll have a look at this. I think there may be some damage done to that ball.
Think about this, though. Can you imagine if he was to catch one and decide, look, I think I'm going to keep this one?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, you mentioned the house with the flat roof over there, and the ball went off that. That's still in someone's garden.
And a big swing and a miss outside that off stump. And because I played a lot of cricket and football on this ground, the one before this, the original Diego Martin Recreation Ground, before the stadium was built. And he goes again. That's another almighty KFC maximum.
Is that out the park as well?
It's gone. And he has just come here and decided it's time to go. And he's just been hitting the ball out of the ground with little regard for the cameraman on the stanchion there.
Nearly knocked him off.
Yep. For a moment there, his life was under threat. So Darren Wilson, 4 of the first ball, a wide the next ball, back-to-back sixes. So already 17 runs from this over.
Isn't one of our sponsors an insurance company?
This could be interesting here if he has a shy.
Our cameraman would be okay, wouldn't he?
Yep, we think he's covered. So Mitchell has raced on to 37 from 15.
Good, that's an excellent scoring rate, really is good. 53 for 1, 5th over.
So they need 137 from 92 balls. Very gettable, but they cannot afford to lose wickets, especially early on. They need to keep their wickets in hand and just stay within striking distance and give them a chance at the back end.
So it's really funny how quickly the game changes, because that combination you were talking about, who's going to go for the big hits, who's going to knock it around and stay there, it's Mitchell. He's going to go for the big hits.
Yep, and Yearwood is sort of digging in there. He's
and looking to give him the strike there. You know, push one.
He's just holding his end of the bargain together. That ends the over, and at the end of it, it is 53 for 1.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
For real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency.
The strike from him, but I think the point there is that it will be Mitchell who can swing the bat. 37 off 15. This is really nicely balanced. One more over and then we'll give you a prediction. Well, I'll give you a prediction. I'll stick my neck out and say where I think it's going.
Yeah, when you wonder if he sticks around for an extended period, Dejon Charles is going to pick up the attack now.
Yeah, he's useful. He's quite pacey.
Good take from Walls.
Yeah, and Charles could cause some problems here, Ruskin, because I think with his pace and the fact that he's got that good height and this has got a little bit of bounce in it, it's just going to be a bit tricky for the batters. They've got to get used to it very quickly.
And that's good, sensible cricket. If you cannot get it away for a boundary, then take the single, keep the scoreboard ticking over.
And look how easily he played that, just tucked it in there. We often get really nice shots at different grounds, and I can see the full moon rising over that northern range. We'll get that shot for you soon. Kyle Ramdo, I think, is in the best position to get that.
Yeah, you know, as a youngster, during the vacation break, like the August holidays, I spent a lot of time in Mayaro, and when there was a full moon, it was a crab running, when they would go to the ocean to wash their eggs, so to speak, and we would catch them. So every time you see a full moon, you know. Time
You're
to get
in.
crabs. Yep. And that's another good delivery. And we used to have because so many of our relatives, it was a big group of us, cousins, aunts, uncles, and everybody would go. And everybody would have a bag. So you would catch, so let's say, for argument's sake, you caught 10. Then I have another 10. And then, so when you add it all up, you had good bounty. That's very well played. That's going to run away for 4. Very, very well played. Again, he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just placed it, opened the face.
There have been a few tonight who've played this shot well. That's another one. And that one had a little bit of bounce in it, didn't he? He got on top of that and controlled that well.
I'm surprised they didn't give him a similar type of offside field. There is a third man, a short backward point or doing a squarish point, an extra cover and a mid-off.
He's got a few, hasn't he?
And a man at point on the boundary.
Yeah.
There it goes. Nobody's catching that. That's going to bounce and then it stops. It just kind of stops. It dies after pitching. That's that wedge shot that we were talking about. Almost as if there's backspin on the ball.
Yes, when I mentioned value for shot this early on, it definitely was for those shots played along the ground. So, you've got 2 scoring options here. Hit long, high and over the boundary, or hit hard and along the ground. Anything else, you're going to get stopped.
The man at mid-off has gone back, and this one is played into the gap. They're going back for the second run, and a little bit of confusion there, or some difficulty in picking up the ball.
But we've said, haven't we? You get it past the 30 circle. Once it goes through there, you are in for the second run. 62 for 1.
That's the end of 6. So that's the end of the power play.
So this is that prediction time, isn't it? Well, I'm glad to see that they're still in there.
There's 62 for 1. Yeah. By a comparison, there was 65 for 1.
Yeah.
There's the full moon. And
who's got that? It's not Kyle, is it? Someone else has got that shot. Nice one.
So Santa Cruz on track here. They have to keep going. That's always the challenge. You can go hard for a short period of time. It's difficult to go hard for an extended period of time. Invariably, the bowlers might get one to just do something, and next thing you know, you lose 2-3 quick wickets. But if you ask them to go hard for a short period, which is kind of what made Kyron Pollard, he would come in the last 5 or so, and he just had a license to kill, and he just used to
and he did
murder the ball all over the place. So he could go hard for a short period of time. Sween. Down the wicket he goes, he's really walking into that one, almost with disdain.
Tried to hit too hard there. Just take a little bit of time and let it disappear. But his eyes lit up. I think, it hasn't got the same kind of pace that they had from Dijon Charles to face.
Yeah, this is their 6th ball already. Swing. And again, he's having a swing. There's nobody down there. That's gone for 4. Not the area that he wanted to, but they all count. Sween really just ambled up there. And Mitchell had an almighty swing at it.
He's not going to scare you, is he? Sween. He'll scare you when he runs up. But when he delivers the ball, you think, hang on a minute. It's not quite as scary as he looks.
Yep,
I wouldn't want to be at the end and see him running in. But once you'd seen him bowl, you think, oh.
Here's what Jeffrey Boycott said with the lollipops.
Yeah. That was a little bit quicker.
And
He
that
still
one
put
is
that
in
away.
The air. There's a man out there, and he takes the catch. So Sween gets the wicket. Araho takes the catch, and Mitchell goes for 42.
Yeah, real disappointment here. He doesn't quite get hold of it. It's up there a long time, and Rahu is able to settle under it, doesn't have to move left or right, comes into the pouch, and he ends up taking a nice, comfortable catch. Sween, having, as you said, ambled up and tossed up a couple of lollipops, gets a wicket.
And then he goes rolling.
Give him the send-off as well.
So 66 for 2 now. And when you consider the Barataria ball players didn't lose their second wicket until they were well past 100. That's when the pair of Halls and Charles were going at a rate, just clubbing everything in sight.
Well, you said earlier on about getting up to the runs, getting to that target without losing too many wickets. They've lost a second now, and Yearwood, who was doing the knock it about, run a ball role, now gets handed the you have to come and score role, although you can choose which Yearwood it's going to be because they're both of them out there now.
Yeah, so it's Ryan Yearwood and Brian Yearwood and Ryan Yearwood. So Brian, who is doing the bowling, is now doing the batting. And immediately he's off the mark.
You can have someone knock it around for one here and one there. If at the other end you've got someone smashing it, scoring a maximum and a boundary, then it doesn't matter if you knock it about. But you can't afford for the run rate to get up to 14 or 15. It becomes very difficult. The current run rate is just over 10, so that's perfectly manageable for a good T20 side. And if they can come up with 2 big overs, that's what I've said, 2 big overs, they go for 15 or 16 each, back to back, shape of the game changes.
Yes, Sween with a wicket already, looking for more, and he gets it as well. A real slow delivery, and Ryan Yearwood goes for 17, caught at the wicket.
No real disappointment here for the Santa Cruz team. Barataria tossing the ball to Sween, and the big fella coming up with 2 wickets in the over for very little runs. And the pull shot, well, this is really a hook, isn't it? Has been so successful, but he gloved this one to the keeper.
Yeah, it was almost like in slow motion. He just got completely
Yeah, that was at the
flummoxed.
regular pace, that one.
He got flummoxed by the lack of pace on the ball and that kind of unusual bounce that he got. And then he just kind of fanned at it. And the wicketkeeper took a real simple catch.
It has been fairly, what I'd say, responsive. You dig it in, you'll get something out of it. And Sween decided to, give him a little short one with a little lift. It came up, didn't get into the best of positions, and ended up, as I say, gloving it to the wicketkeeper.
So 67 for 3 now, so things have changed drastically. And here's the captain now, Raymond, Chilean Raymond, arriving at the crease. And he too is off the mark, and he's going to get a boundary to start with. Just turned it, didn't really hit it hard, just flicked it away for 4 runs. So a gift, a real gift on his pads. Says thank you very much. Nobody down there.
It's been that way all night. You get a touch on anything and it just races away. And that was all it was, wasn't it? Just a nudge.
So 71 it is for 3 after 7 overs. Again, we want to thank our sponsors, KFC, JMMB, Cairns Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lions. Again, our production is here from Cricket 360. So again, to tell everyone, the North Zone T20 Festival is on at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and one Brian Charles Lara is expected to make an appearance on the weekend for the Harvard Sports Club. I'm sure all of Harvard will be looking forward to that. So Dejan Charles is getting ready. So Dejan Charles is getting ready to continue. And that's good batting. They could actually get a second run, and Charles just seemed to be ambling the ball. They thought about it for a moment, but again, the running wasn't the most aggressive.
I don't know if you've had the opportunity to chat with him or spend any time with him, but how he runs in and fields the ball is exactly his personality. That's just how he is. I mean, extremely likable. He's really, really likable, but he has his own tempo.
Right. He would probably give captains fit.
What happened there then?
Well, it wasn't called, so the umpires just allowed it to go, and you'd be happy with that. But no, it's a critical stage right now, especially for the Santa Cruz outfit. They cannot afford to lose too many more wickets too soon, especially at this stage, because they haven't even reached the halfway point. And they've already lost 3 wickets. You might get a second one here if they hurry. Again, the running is not the best. Sween from way out and long. And if you notice, Sween cannot throw the ball overhand. So he has to underarm the ball. But from the time the ball is up in the air and you know it's Sween.
The second run.
The second run easily.
121. It shouldn't scare you. You know, you're 3 down. You hope that you're middle order, and you've got 1. No, they're all in the middle order.
And again.
Wow.
But as a fielding team, you're happy because you're not leaking boundaries, and you're just keeping the game moving, but it's not getting away from you.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. As long as you don't give up boundaries, then it doesn't matter. 1 here, 1 there, really doesn't matter.
So let's see if he could really produce something here. That's well played. But the field is so well set now. They have the luxury of pushing the players back, and that way they could protect more gaps. And that makes run scoring a little bit more difficult, especially if you're not going to be bludgeoning the ball all over the place, out the ground. And another one. So they've done well here. Obviously, they're probably of the mindset we cannot afford to lose too many wickets trying things too much. At the end of the over, 8 completed, it's 71 for 3.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB,
had such a successful over, is coming back for another.
Yeah, he has 2 for 5.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yep, he didn't look like he was capable of taking a wicket when he first bowled his first 2 or 3 deliveries. And here's why. In the road, I think it struck the car. And the driver had to stop because he probably wondering what happened.
What is that?
I think the car actually got struck there. And
he got hit, yeah.
Yep. So he's probably bewildered, probably wondering exactly what went on there. Where did that come from? KFC maximum doing damage. Yeah, actually, it didn't hit the car like flush. It actually hit the road and then bumped into the car. And
took some of the pace off.
Yep, and that's probably what minimized the damage. Because had that dropped flush on the car, look at it here, like it hit the road and then bounced up in the car. So must have been scary for the driver to hear that sound. And wondering what it really put on in hazard lights. And Sween again mixing it up nicely.
There probably needs some signs as you're approaching the ground, you know, beware of flying cricket balls.
You know, you see that when
below a
deer.
Yeah.
You know, deer crossing.
That's right, yeah, deer crossing or
something like that.
Below beware of low-flying aircraft or
kookaburra flying.
Kangaroos, I suppose they have in Australia, don't they? Beware of kangaroos.
Yeah, I could say here, beware of the 4-piece. Sween. And again.
Great run.
Yep. But give Sween credit. He's really mixing up his deliveries quite nicely there. Taking off pace, forcing the batsman to have to apply the power.
And he has actually bowled one that was a little bit quicker, and I thought, well, okay, so maybe he's just been running in and tossing a few up. But he changed his run up and came in and delivered a really good one. So I take it back. He has got a little bit in him.
So he does have the pants tucked in, his trousers tucked in the stockings. And looking like a Scottish golfer.
Yeah, it's not my style, I'm afraid.
From around the wicket now and pushed away quite nicely. So he's really keeping it, other than that 6, he's really kept it fairly tight and tidy so far this over. Sween, 2 for 12 now.
They're at 9, just over 9 and over. So balanced there because that's the required run rate.
Cut away nicely. Once he gets it into the gap, that's gone for 4.
Lovely looking shot. Got right on top of it. Played it beautifully. And we were talking about getting on top of that bounce because it is a bouncy track. There you go. He dropped it short. And over the man as well. So really well played.
Yeah, would have to wait on it, but he did that well enough. Didn't get too anxious.
Yeah, he saw it early, knew what he had to do. That man is backward point. And put it over the point area.
And swung away nicely again. There's a fielder out there, and it ricochets off his body, and it goes over. His supporting fielder couldn't prevent it. So in combination, in tandem, both of them failed to prevent the boundary.
Is that 15 off the over?
Yep. And that one goes over. So 92 for 3 now after 9.
There was a 6. There were the 2 boundaries and then the single.
So this is a good comeback. Remember the over prior, they ran only a few singles. And there you could see a big divot in the ground. And the swing won't be happy. So these two are getting things moving again. The current run rate over 10. And so they need 99 more runs now. So it's under 100. They have 67 balls in which to get them. And if they could get another over or 2, like that one.
They're in there.
Yep. And they encore Santa Cruz. But I still feel they...
It's the wickets.
It's the wickets. If,
yeah.
If they lose wickets, it could kind of curtail the tempo and the momentum. But if Chidian could stick around for an extended period of time, like these youngsters are enjoying themselves. Talk about rhythm.
Well, the thing now is that Raymond, although he's on 15, Yewood is on 10, they've only faced 7 balls each. So it's not as though they've been out there for any real length of time. It's just an over and 1 run. So they could meet in the middle and decide who's going to go, or they could do as you were saying earlier on, let's both go for it.
Should be very interesting.
Nice shot.
Yep, Villalva is back. Should get a second run.
It's been like that all night, both innings. As soon as you get past the 30 circle, you can come back for a second. As long as it's hit on the ground, because it travels so quickly.
Yeah, so now they're closing in on that 100. 93 for 3. 15 it is to Raymond, 12 to Yewood. Raymond hammers this one. It could be out caught. That would have been a brilliant catch. But this time it's going into the gap, and it's brilliantly played in the end. 4 more.
It just had enough legs after the bounce, because it was aerial for a while. There's the man having a dive at it. He got pretty close. Then there were a couple of bounces, and once it flattened out, it rolled away.
So
98.
Yep, 7 of 3 already in this over. So if we could keep it going, Chidian Raymond, he's up to 19, the captain, leading from the front here.
Where does he want to put the man out at? In the deep.
And they might take a second run here. They should come back for a second. And they get it comfortably too as well. So that brings up the 100. 100 for 3 now.
And 9 off the over so far. They went for 15 off the previous over, and I was talking about if you have 2 good overs, and I was talking about 16, 2 16s back to back. They went for 15 off the first.
And they might get a second here. This one is a little too straight. And but he's settled for 1, so they got 10 off the over so far, and a possibility of even more of this final delivery.
Yeah, so the target for me was 28 off the 2 overs. They're not far.
So Carl Villalva, 15 now from his 11 balls. Can he close this off here with a dot? And he can. So that will...
They haven't moved, have they, the crew? So must be another...
get an extra delivery in there.
Another delivery. All right.
And if it goes for 4, wouldn't be happy. And it goes for a wide. Well,
that'll do. It's funny how the game changes so quickly, isn't it? Just these 2 overs have turned it around.
and a play and a miss there outside the off stump. So
Got
now
away
the
with
over
that.
comes to an end. So at the end of it, it's 101 for 3 after 10 overs. We're at the halfway stage. They need another 89 runs. They have 61 balls. Yearwood is 22 to Raymond. We'll take a break. We'll be coming right back as the players get some refreshments.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
They want to get the inside information. They go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So just to do a quick comparison here with Ronnie, after 10 overs, ball players were 99 for 1. After 10, Santa Cruz are 102, but for the loss of 3 wickets.
I think, yes, you're right. It's nicely poised. But you see the pair, this pair, Chedan Raymond and Brian Yearwood, the way they are batting with if you want to put it sense, in terms of, yes, you're getting the boundaries, but they're also running between the wickets. They're running hard, taking those twos.
So here they go again, taking a quick single, and they might even get a second run. No, they won't.
And again, just the point I was about to make, running between the wickets, they allow the fielders not to make the mistake. It's a bit slippery out there. You can see the players slipping a bit. There's a bit of dew out there. So it's a bit difficult for the fielders and as well as the bowlers in terms of gripping that ball, the spinners in particular. So you can see those differences, slightly differences. So I think based on the current situation, yes, they have lost more wickets. 3 wickets lost already. But I think if this partnership, if they take it to probably around the 15th, 16th over, I think they're well in with a shot to win this match.
Yep, so Darren Wilson is going to continue, and he bowls a full toss that, like it surprised him, he just sort of patted it down.
Well, again, it's because of the dew out there. The ball is just slipping. The spinners, it's difficult to grip the ball, and that's the reason why it probably was a full delivery. And it really surprised the batter. You can see he was surprised.
And that one is hit hard, but brilliant stop. Indeed, and Charles.
Dijon Charles, yeah. Excellent fielder. It's a very good utility player. He can keep for you. He can give you some overs. It's a very good player, Dijon Charles.
And he made 53. The bat got a half century. 6 1-4 and 6 sixes. So he's had a good night. Also Halls, who's behind the stumps now, Clifton Halls, 62 to his name. But Chidian Raymond is threatening to blast his way to a big score. He's on 23 right now and on strike. But driving this one into the deep, but they can only get one, and that has been part of the issue with them. Although they've scored well, a lot of times they're hitting it, but they're hitting it
straight to the fielders.
And they can't even force a second run. That one is gone. That's a brilliant shot. And the moment it left the bat, he was into his stumps in a hurry, Brian Yearwood, and that pushes it now to 111 for 3. He goes to 20.
Yeah, and again, it's 8 runs required per over. So they're getting the singles and the boundaries. Obviously you're going to get at least 1 boundary ball per over, but you have to take advantage. He missed out on the previous full toss, so he took full advantage of this one, hitting it over backward square for a 6, KFC maximum. And so he has to take advantage of those bad deliveries, those boundary balls as would be served up. And that's excellent. So they got a couple singles in the over, then the 6. Now it makes that required run rate of 8. So without any big stress, they got the required run rate plus. So that's how easy it's going to be, and they have to be aware of that. There's no need for any getting carried away looking for those big 6s at the moment. Yes, you're going to get 1 or 2, take advantage of it, run well between the wicket, and I think it's going to be easy. But the key to me is the captain, Chidian Raymond. He has to stay there to the very end.
So they need another 79 now. So they're on course, one would have to say. 54 balls to get 79 is very attainable. Right now, ball players need a bowler who could come up with something for them. And when I say something by way of wickets.
And as you mentioned that, let's look at the options available. Marlon Phillips has 2. Brown has 3 available. Wilson has 2. Dijon Charles has 2. So he has a number of bowlers available in terms of overs available. So it's how are you going to choose which bowler to bowl when now? You still have 9 overs remaining. So it's a matter of now which bowler you're going to choose. You need to break this partnership.
Yep. And Villalba has done well, but he can be expensive at times. And that's the gripping of the ball is the problem. But that's well bowled. And even then they get a single. But that was a quick delivery.
Yeah, and seemed to just curve back in a bit into the right-hander, got the inside edge. So it shows because of the conditions, and he's trying to keep it up. He has to do that. He has a long on and long off in place, so he has to bowl the ball up to the wicket, and that's good. Bowl into his field, and he has protection at extra cover boundary and cover boundary. So
turned away in the air again, but just another single because, as you said, there's protection in that deep mid-wicket region. There's a backward square.
Yes.
There's a long on, long off, a deep cover, and then there's a backward point who's also now on the boundary.
Yeah.
And then there's a short third man and a short fine leg. There's also the square leg has come up now.
So it definitely is going to be a straighter line, as you see. That's the line he's going to bowl, a straighter line. It's going to be full and straight. So he has the protection on the leg side. He also has protection mid on, mid off. If he does stray on the off side, he has the protection at that cover boundary. So that's good. I must say that's good field placing. And the bowler, he has been bowling to his field. He knows he has to bowl straight and full, and he's doing that.
He's none for 17 so far, Villalba. He's bowled well. He's done a job here for his captain. They need him to maybe pick up a wicket to break this partnership. Won't get it there because that's the main thing right now. Not to leak boundaries, and if you could get a wicket or two, that would be just fine. And we saw India with a massive victory today. We saw South Africa beat England in a rain-affected game. Dear Duckworth Lewis Stern. But here, this one is nicely poised, and here's a big one, but again, just coming under the bottom of the bat. And funny enough, they only ran one. I thought for a moment there, it looked like two for sure. But they decided against going back for that second run off the pad, of the bat and the pad.
Yeah, inside edge onto the pads, just trickled past the leg stump. And again, that one seemed to just dip on him a bit. So he seems to just, give it a little more flight, and probably was beaten for pace.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is...
Should be a no ball.
It's gone. It's gone a long way. And a no ball at that too. So it's a KFC maximum with add-ons. Because that is what you don't want.
Yeah, and again, a full toss. So you could see it shows that the bowler is having problems gripping the ball. And it just seemed to be slipping out his hand, full toss. And again, this time the batter, he was waiting for it. Yeah, he was waiting for that full delivery. And he did well. From just above wayside to deposit that over the mid-wicket boundary. He did really well.
And he's trying again. He's gotten it through the gap. It goes right through Charles. And they're going to go back for a second run. They might get a third because the fielder, Sween, was way out on the boundary. And they were able to take advantage of that. So instead of one, they ended up getting two. And then they tacked on another overthrow. So there he goes, right through the gate. I was just talking about catching crab. I've seen that happen a couple of times, similar to that.
Crab went free
especially with my sisters when they're trying to catch the crab. 64 from 47, very much within striking distance. And they're going to get more here. That's going to be 4 more. He's not going to stop that one. So a big over this one.
Again, yeah, you could see the reaction from Sweeney. He knew that it was, I mean, again, it's a mistake. Look at that. The fielder was a bit too wide, and it went past, well, it went through the gap between Sweeney and the fielder at that short third man, and picked up another boundary. So just as we were saying, they got the singles and they get in a couple boundaries in the over, but we had one bad delivery, which was that no ball, which was punished. But again, another boundary, so it makes it into a very good over. So look at the start of the over.
I thought it was 3 they got in that for the overthrow.
Yes.
And they might get another one here. No, they won't, as it's nicely fielded by Charles this time. So he's trying to take full advantage here. It's gone again. That's an almighty hit. That's going to go all the way to the fence. 6 more KFC maximum. And they're really opening their shoulders here now. And this man, Chady and Raymond, really carrying his team at the moment. Aided and abetted, of course, by Brian Yearwood. Big hit.
Yeah, it's a pitched up delivery outside off stump. It allowed Raymond to just free his arms and hit it all the way.
And the crowd would say, hiding the ball there now.
This is really not a good over. 6, no ball, 3, 4, 6 wide.
And there's more.
That would have been close to a no ball as well.
Yep, and they're going to get 2 runs for the misfield. So the wheels are coming off the wagon here. 4 ball players. They really need to really just do the basics right now. You know, it's one. You can't do anything about that, but don't give them 2. And this time it looked like he edged that one, but it was dropped. So it's gone from bad to worse, and now they're going to scamper a single. So it's a dead ball, says the umpire. And but they were very much aware and trying to squeeze another one out of that one. Now look at it here. The ball passes through to the keeper. The keeper dropped it, took the edge. He dropped it. And when he was releasing the ball should be dead there right now.
Yeah.
So the ball is dead there. But they just decided, well, I think he just saw that the ball was in the outfield and thought he would be able to sneak one.
But again, if you look at that there, the keeper, he got up a bit too early, and then the ball died on him, so he had to go back down to get the ball. And because of that, it just hit the tip of the gloves, and it just bounced off. So it shows that the players, are you right, in terms of they are not fully focused on the game right now. They are just aware that it is difficult for them. Runs are leaking. All the bowlers are going for runs at the moment, and the conditions, it is not suitable for them at the moment in terms of the outfield, the dew. The bowlers are having problem gripping the ball, and the ball is skidding through over the surface, and the fielders they're having problems in judging the speed of the ball as it comes to them, as you saw with the misfield there. So these are things they have to be aware of. You are professional cricketers, you know the conditions where it is. You have to be aware of that.
Yeah, with his 32 weights and make that 33. And very smart batting on his part. He knows that Raymond is really the one looking to tee off here. Both batsmen have faced 20 deliveries. Raymond is on 39. Yearwood is up to 33 now. 142 for 3. Villalva in his final over. He's bowled well, not for 20 so far. And they might get a second run here if they hurry, they should. And a misfield in the deep makes it, Araujo not able to pick it up, makes it easy for them to complete the second. So these two have really done a fantastic job. They came together with the score on 67. Now they've seen it up to 144 so far. Are they going to put in a slip now or a square leg? They put the field on the onside because there's that big gap on the onside there. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. And now they've pushed a short mid-wicket in place. So his job is to cut off any ball in that area there. But this time they do it on the offside, so they get the single. Talk about manipulating the field here.
And it's all because of that previous over. It was a huge over in the
24
context.
runs.
Correct. So they could afford now to just push the ball around, get the singles, because the required run rate has dropped to 6.9. So it's very easy for them. They don't have to take any unnecessary risk. It's very easy for them. Just push the ball in the gap. If you get a bad ball, well, again, you just put it away.
45 from 39.
And the partnership is actually 78 from 41 deliveries.
So they've done very well together, these two. Continuing to deny ball players. Ball players need a breakthrough in the worst way. They're not going to get it there. And again, smart, intelligent cricket. And a little bit of mustard at it as well. You just played the ball and sauntered
Just
down
trot,
the
trot down to the other end, you know, rubbing a little salt into the wounds.
You know, easy. That's probably what he's saying there right now. But easy it's not. Ball players, I'm sure, would like a wicket or two here, see if they can make things interesting. And another misfield, but they'll get another single. It doesn't cost them that much. But that's what he was put there for, to prevent that single. And unfortunately, couldn't do what was required. It hit straight to him. And Villalba not happy as he got the single. So 6 runs from the over so far. As Villalba trying to finish up here now. Not for 25. He has one delivery left, one legal delivery. And they're going to go for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry. And he misses. Well, and not only does he get one, they're going to get a second run as well. So it's not happening right now for ball players. As, these two have found ways to pinch quick singles and extra runs. Now, had he hit, he would have been out. But he was way off target. So 148 for 3 now after 14.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So as we welcome you back here now, 42 from 36 balls. And so things pretty much in Santa Cruz's favor. And Villalba finished up his 4, not for 27. So now it's back to Dejon Charles, 2 for 18. 2 overs that cost him 18 runs so far, and they need him to bring a little magic, just like he did with the bat. They need him to do it with the ball.
Yeah, and I could tell you, as you talk about overs, in the last 5 overs, they have scored 57 runs. That's a run rate of 11.4.
Make that 58 as they tack on another one. And so these two have done an amazing job. And they haven't really taken unnecessary risk.
Correct.
They've kind of, as you say, take what the bowlers give you, and then when they falter, you punish them.
And that's all is required in a partnership, in building a partnership, in chasing a total. And you take it as deep as possible. And the way they have approached this, especially this pair, it really shows that how Chade and Raymond in particular has matured as a cricketer. And the leadership role that he has been given by certain teams that he played for, it shows that, you know, he's one for the future. Definitely.
They'll take that with a smile, no pressure at all, a wide signal. So, and we've had a fair, I can't even say a sprinkling of wides. We've had a proliferation of wides, especially in the ball players' innings. The ball has been sprayed all over the place, but more particularly down the leg side. And the umpires were spreading their wings quite a bit. Not so much, that's another brilliant shot, but again, there is a fielder out there. They're threatening to go for a second, but they'll settle for the 1 run. See Ramdu looking on intently. Probably wishing he was out there batting at this point in time.
I think he's thinking about food at the moment.
Okay.
Yes. He's concerned about the meal.
Yep, there you go.
He's wondering what he's going to get to eat after the game.
That's well bowled, but that's also very well played. And they might have gone for the single. And but again, a little bit of ball watching there. But I think it was because he was kind of colliding there with Charles that they decided not to go for the run. Yearwood just seemed to get caught up there with Charles. Two big men colliding there. Looked like a battle of gladiators there. There they go. So they collided there and decided against it.
Seems like Yearwood was shielding the ball.
Yep. Put in a screen.
Yes.
And a big play and a miss there. So not a bad over so far.
As you mentioned wide, Ruskin, I can give you the exact figure. There's 6 wide so far in the innings.
I think in the first over we had 10 wides. In the very first over. And that was 10 wides off the first 2 balls. And it might have had another one later in that over. And that's well played again. And these two continue to bat well, bat sensibly, and keep their team ticking along.
Well, in the Barataria innings, there were 25 extras. And the wides, I can give you the exact amount, was 9. And you mentioned 6. 6 of them were bowled by Raymond in that first over.
6. The first one went for 4. The second one also went for 4. And there's a trying to turn this one. There's a lot of appeal and he's gone. Raymond trying to turn it on the onside, missed it and hit him low down. He has to depart for 44 and Charles gets the breakthrough.
And yeah, that's a vital breakthrough. Well, you could see Yearwood, he's not happy. Definitely Yearwood is not happy with that decision, but the umpire's decision is final. He's in the best position. And well, probably going down.
Yeah, probably was going down leg, but the umpire took a long while to look at it closely. He doesn't have the benefit of a replay.
Correct.
So his replay is a picture, a snapshot that he has in his short-term memory right now. But that ball clearly was angling down. But a good innings, all the same from Yearwood for 44. So 152 now for 4.
Yeah, definitely a good innings from him. He got 37 from 25 deliveries. He had the 3 sixes in that innings. So that was excellent from him. But just not the 37 runs that he scored from the 25, but the partnership. That partnership that he formed with Chaden Raymond, that was the key factor there. Raymond, he's on 44 from 26, but the partnership really took the game away from the Barataria ball players.
So Alvin Smith is the new batsman. So 152 for 4 at the end of that over. So 15 completed. And this is where things could become a little more interesting now. Chidi and Raymond, they cannot afford to lose him because you don't want two new batsmen at the crease at the same time, especially in the dregs here. And Sween, who has bowled brilliantly so far, is back for his final over.
Yeah, this is excellent from the captain in bringing in the Sween, his main bowler, his main strike bowler, with a new batter in to really see if they can, snap another wicket. If they could get the wicket of Raymond now, definitely I think it's going to swing a bit back in their favor. But at the moment, if Raymond is there, I think it's pretty much easy. 38 required from 30 deliveries. That's very easy. That's more than gettable. And you have a set batter in. It makes it a lot easier.
As you say, too many balls. Because 30 balls are a lot.
Yeah.
Just to get 38 runs.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens. Sween changing ends this time. And I think he'll settle for that one all the time.
Well, that would be his role now, Smith, just to kind of sort of rotate the strike, get himself in, and give Raymond the strike as much as possible. Raymond is going well. He would want to continue. So Smith now, all he has to do is try and rotate the strike, get the singles. Obviously, if a bad ball comes along, you want to put it away. You don't want to be too defensive. But he has to play a role here, and his role is to support Raymond in this partnership.
Yeah, it's called reading the game and thinking on your feet, understanding what the game requires, what the moment requires. But he has golden gloves, so so maybe he's a diamond in the rough. He knows exactly what is required, and he has decided that he's going to punish loose bowling. They're going for the second run. That's good running, and they're going to get it too. They might even get a third, and again another overthrow.
Yeah,
they're going to get the 4 runs. So an inside the park 4. Well, we've seen this before. We've had a couple of occasions where there have been overthrows. So it's an inside the ground 4. What really should have been 1 run, they ran 2. Coming around there, making sure he gets around the ball, sends it in. The wicketkeeper caught it and had a backhand at the stumps, missed. And then the return to him also was misfielded. And the Sween couldn't catch up with it. His footballing skills betrayed him there. And they got 4 runs. And here we go again. Can they get more? No, this time it's well done.
And again, it's just putting pressure on the fielders to run in between the wickets, because they made that 1 into a 2. Raymond, he turned when the fielder had the ball in his hand, and he still went back for the second. And look at him, he's tired out there, but he still went back for the second. And then again, the keeper, there was no need to do that. And the fielders, they were unaware, they weren't expecting the keeper to do that, and he just threw it away. And, well, again, the keeper, he didn't hold the ball when it was returned to him.
Play and a miss, and they're appealing for a catch at the wicket, but I think it's more in hope because it's signaled as a wide. So that's the umpire's response to your appeal. It's a wide.
Well, I think the appeal was more to avoid the wide, really. And they knew it was wide, and the appeal was just to sort of just change the umpire's mind. Look at that. That was really wide.
You're trying to con the umpire there.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Into thinking that, okay, we appeal and he would not think about the wide. But that's good from the umpire. That's excellent umpiring there.
158 for 4 now. And he's driving this one Again, they've gone for the second run. He's going to have to hurry. But again, a bubble. When you're that far from the wicket, any kind of bubble in the field could be punished. And like that one was.
Yeah, and the key to it, the batters, they were looking for the second. They were looking for that sort of misfield. And they were off. They ran the first one quickly, turned, and they were looking for that second. So the slightest of misfield, and they were back in a flash. That's
John
excellent running.
Yeah, John, the guilty man down there. He just bobbled the ball. The ball was coming straight at him, and he just didn't receive it very well.
Well, he got himself in a bad position. And I'll explain what I mean. He got himself in a bad position in terms of receiving. Yeah. Correct. So his left leg was in front of him, and his back knee was on the ground where he was trying to receive the ball.
He wasn't side on. He was
correct.
Everything was in front of him.
So he wasn't in a position, even if he had gathered the ball, he wasn't in a position to throw. So they could have still gotten a second, because he had to get up now and try and throw that ball.
Yeah, I think he's probably looking at too much baseball, because baseball players do that, but they have a big mitt in their hand.
Correct.
That they could feel the ball with. And that's very well played. That's going to bounce once, twice, and into the boundary. Straight back past the bowler for 4, and that's his half century from 30 deliveries.
Yeah, again, excellent from the Chaden Raymond. Captain's knock here. And look at after he played the shot, the pose. Look at that. And just ran down to show the bowler how straight he played that. What a shot. It was pure timing. And that's excellent from him. He deserved that half century. And I think, look at it again. Showing the bowler.
Yeah, read the full face.
Yeah, that's excellent from him.
So 164 for 4 now.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
So as we welcome you back here, things are getting more and more interesting here. 26 from 24. And they've lost 4 wickets, but they're very much on course here for a victory. Santa Cruz, remember, they won the toss and asked ball players to bat first. Ball players got 22 from Sweet, 62 from Holds, and 53 from Charles. Now, their bowlers, the ball players' bowlers are the ones who are being asked to carry the load here and to pull something out of the hat, because if they can't, then this man, Chadian Raymond, is looking to seal a victory for his team here, leading from the front. 52 from 30. I don't know how many boundaries he had in there, but 52 from 30.
He had 5 4s and 2 6s.
So there you go.
Strike rate of 173.
Excellent batting. From the time he came to the crease, he was so positive, and he had a willing partner in Ryan and Brian
Hayward. Yeah.
And they took the game, they took the fight to them, and now they get one comfortably.
And again, you mentioned Smith, his role in this partnership, and he's doing that expertly. He's 6 from 3 deliveries, and he's playing his part. He's not looking to really hit the ball out of the ground, score the 6s, the boundaries. He's just looking to rotate the strike, get Raymond back on track. He's on 52 from 30 and batting really well for his team. And that's all he needs to do. Stay there, build a partnership, and take them over the line.
Yeah, they need a runner ball here now, 23 from 23. And so things pretty much in their favor, but cricket, as we say, is a strange old game, and you never say never. Charles. Again, trying to keep things tight here, trying their best to see if there's another little sting in the tail here.
But they need to pick the wicket off Raymond. If they can get Raymond in the next couple of overs, it would make things very interesting. Because as you said before, it will be up to the bowlers now to really get them home. They have done the job before, but it's up to them now to really get it over the line.
And, but this man is not giving up. Again, another bubble in the field. They almost punished it, and they just decided against it. Again, Raymond probably just don't want to take any risk here now. He knows what's at stake here. This is a big win to start the tournament. You always want to start with a win. And there's another bubble. We've seen that time and again.
And he's a bit tired as well, so it's be difficult for him to get those quick 2 runs.
When you bat and you get tired?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
There's another loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire, but more importantly, it's going close to the boundary, and it's just down there, third man. They're going to come back for a third run, and leg buys.
Just have to take a look, but with the shot being played, probably going down the leg. See, he's standing on leg stump. Yeah, definitely going down.
So again, you could just see the little gap there.
Yeah, and you could see all 3 stumps as well when the ball hits his pad. So definitely going down.
Not a bad delivery from Charles. He's bowled well.
Yeah.
He has 2 legal deliveries left, one for 25. He got the wicket of year when he broke the partnership his previous over. Can he do it again? In the air, flicked away nicely for 4.
Again, full delivery on the leg stump, and again, not trying to overhit it. Just whipped it away over that fielder. There's a fielder at that short square leg, and he just ensured that he got enough elevation to go over that fielder and picked up an easy boundary. And that's simple, smart batting, playing the ball on its merit. It's there on the leg stump, and just whipped it away behind square. Excellent shot. Look at that.
Yes, certainly played it well, and struck a nice little pose after as well to pick up another boundary. So I think there's 1 delivery left in this over.
Yes.
So and now they've reached the point where they need less runs than balls available. 15 from 19. And this is always a good sign, and playing and missing outside that off stump. They're probably in 2 minds and decided to play it. End of the over, 175 for 4 at the end of 15.
Again, another good overs for the Santa Cruz outfit. I make it 10 runs coming off that over. Yep. So requiring less than a run a ball, and they're still getting 10 runs and over. That shows how excellent they are batting, in particular, Chadan Raymond.
He's on 57 now. Again, his 50 from 30 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes. He's batted really well. And I had that big partnership with Brian Yearwood, who made 37 before he was LBW to Charles. It was 152 for 4. So this pair have also now contributed a nice little partnership.
23 from 12 deliveries.
So 175 for 4. And that's what I suppose limited overs cricket is. You get partnerships along the way. And sometimes they don't have to be big partnerships. But if every wicket could contribute 30, 25, 30 runs in tandem, invariably one batsman might be a thread through
Correct.
3 or 4 partnerships. But if you could get 25, 30 consistently, when you add it all up, you're close to 200, you're over 200 runs. In this case, they're chasing 190 for a victory, and they're well on course.
It's just 15 more runs required.
Make that 14.
It's another wide.
So Charles has completed his 4. And this is Kevis John, who is coming in here now to see if he can't do what his teammates have been having difficulty doing, which is prize out a few quick wickets.
But he started in the same manner, with a wide.
And that's a good shot. Got a hand to it, and that's going to take some of the sting out of it. And but they almost eventually got the second run. Careless in the field.
So it's going to be, so it's Jones bowling the 18th over. So we still have 2 more overs remaining after this. What are your options, Philip?
Yeah, I was just
Philip has
curious.
2.
How much did Charles? Charles went for what? One for 27. Is that what it was?
1 for 29.
1 for 29 is how he
in
ended.
his fours, in his 4. So
He
Philip
bowled
has
well,
2. Yeah, Philip has 2. Brown has 3 remaining.
So why is he bowling John at this stage?
Well, Brown went for 12 in his 1 over.
That would account for it.
Right.
And even Philip at the top.
Yeah, he had 1 for 21 in his 2.
Yep.
And Wilson had none for 51 in his 3.
But this one is in the air, but it's into the gap as well. Now that's a long chase. They jog 2, and they might come back for a 3rd one. The return is a good one, but he failed to receive it once more. So really, John was right there. All he had to do was accept the ball and probably throw down the stumps. But
I think Raymond would have been in trouble there. Definitely would have been in trouble.
now look at his position. He's in front of the stump first to begin. But it's almost like if he's not sure if he wants to receive the ball and throw down the stumps. Look at where he is.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know where the stump is.
And that was a very good throw.
Yep.
Had he been behind the stumps, it would have been, I'm sure, Raymond would have been out.
That's another good shot. This could net them another couple comfortably. And good running again. So they're really sprinting to this total now. 60 to Raymond. And Alvin Smith is on 9.
Just getting back to the bowling options. Sween has 1 as well.
Sween has what? 3 overs, cost what? 2
for 33.
2 for 33.
Yeah. So they are all expensive. But what are his options?
Sween, I think, is going to be no fine leg, cardinal sin. You're bowling a seam bowler without a fine leg. You didn't have a short fine leg. And that's like taking candy from a baby, a gift on the pads. And I almost said Christmas in July, but we're in September.
Well, for the batter, it was Christmas for him. He got an early gift.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery on the leg stump. And as you rightly said, why are you bowling without a fine leg? And you're pitching the ball up, bowling straight as well.
Yep,
that's.
Yeah, you could see the fight. It's almost like the fight have kind of gone out of the ball players. They looked in tune when they were batting, and but the bowling has kind of let them down. They've not been able to get wickets as often as they wanted. Sween did well. Charles came and he did very well, but this man Raymond has done exceptionally well, and he now has a willing partner in Smith, and Smith has a heave at one outside the off stump.
Yeah, it was full and wide, so he's looking for that drive through extra cover. Had he made contact, there's a lot of room there in field, in the offside. There's that one field that had that deep cover boundary, and inside the circle there's a field that backward point and extra cover. So there's a lot of room. All he has to do is place it inside that cover region, and it's an easy single.
Again, he's trying a little change of pace there from John, Kevis John. He ended up bowling a decent over, cost him 11 runs, and at the end of it, 186 for 4.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love
going on there. So you can see some of the fans having a fun time in the stand there.
Well, they are enjoying themselves.
Yep. And they have some youngsters out there as well.
Seem to be supporting the Santa Cruz team.
Yep. They're the ones dancing. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, KFC, JMMB, Cannes Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lions. Okay, and our production here is from the 360, Cricket 360. For all your, almost said for all your cricketing needs. But we...
You're advertising cricket gears.
But if you need to get a new bat, check Mr. Rooks. I think he has a fair amount of long handles.
From his playing days in England.
Yep. Brown is back. And that's not where you want to be because, again, they're going to come back for a second wide, is it? Or did he get a pad on the wide? So it's going from bad to worse here now.
Well, it's a wide,
so
and they run two.
One run required now.
Scores are level. But I'm surprised he didn't bowl Sween. This bowl is one. He has one more, and he took 2 wickets. You never know what will happen.
That's well played. What a way to finish the game emphatically from Chidi and Raymond. He is 64 not out. And a victory achieved by 4 wickets, by 6 wickets rather,
6 wickets, yeah.
For the Santa Cruz outfit. And so Beckles Santa Cruz Sports Club takes this Group 1 opener over the black and white Barataria ball players, and they did it in some style, getting to 193 for 4.
Yeah, excellent button display from the Santa Cruz outfit. In particular, the captain, Chidi Raymond, leading from the front. He did a decent job with the ball, and then he came with the bat when it was necessary. They lost a couple wickets, about 3 quick wickets, and then eventually that partnership between him and Yearwood really took the game away from the ball players, and it was just a matter of time for them to get over the line. So they won by 6 wickets in the end. So just quickly to run through the batting lineup. Devon Sween, he made 5 from 4 deliveries. Ryan Yearwood, he was Court Williams bowl. Sween, 17 from 17 deliveries. Mitchell, he made 42 from 20 deliveries. That was an excellent innings from him. He hit 3 huge sixes. I think one of them hit a car on the road as well. Then Brian Yearwood, he had 37 from 25 deliveries. You can see on the screen here the player of the match, Chidi Raymond. And we had Smith. He formed a partnership to the end there with Raymond. He got 13 from 9 deliveries. And the star of the show, the batting lineup, Chidi Raymond, captain, 64 from 36 deliveries, 7 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, so 193 for 4 in the end. And so Raymond not out on 64, 13 to Smith. And but good batting throughout, other than Sween at the top. Everybody else got into double figures. And that is a good recipe for success. And Yearwood, again, Mitchell rather, got that 42, and he was the one who kind of started the tempo and made it look so easy. So again, needing 190 for a victory They got to 193 for 4 to secure a comfortable victory. And the man of the match, Chidian Raymond, the player of the game, fantastic performance indeed, and certainly deserving of not just the player of the game, but his team getting a victory. And look at some of the highlights here, and effortless batting. This is when they started at a rate of knots there. Barataria ball players, Dexter Sween bringing out the long handle and really showing that he was quite capable. And then he got one that sort of jumped on him, and he one-handedly played it to point where he went for a 22. But the pair of Clifton Halls and the Jean Charles, they took matters into their hands, started slowly, but eventually they blossomed, and this man looked in such good nick. And chance there of a run out, but nothing doing. Shaquille John, he was put to the sword by Dejon Charles. Not once, but twice. And you could see him just standing there and whipping it off his legs. And more of the same. So they really couldn't find areas to bowl, and the field was not big enough to contain some of these shots. Once you come into those pads, you're asking for trouble, and you're putting the drivers and their passengers passing by in danger, because these are big, powerful men with big, hefty bats, and that's a brilliant catch in the end. What a catch that was, again by Guerra. You could see it a million times, and it looks better and better. Still, Hall continued to push along until eventually he hauled out a good running catch in the deep by Raymond off the bowling of John, and they were able to pick up a couple of wickets down in the dregs, but not much else after that, as everybody came and contributed a little bit. And another KFC maximum to add to the proliferation of sixes we've had. And this was very unfortunate indeed. Kevis John run out at the non-striker's end and just amble him out of his crease, and paying the price for it. So a couple of big blowers at the end, trying to tack on as many runs as they possibly can, but the bowling tightened up significantly, and instead of accelerating, things became a little bit tighter. In reply, you saw the Santa Cruz outfit coming out, and they decided, look, let's just get on with things here, especially this man Mitchell. And he was not mixing matters at all. Kashmir Mitchell was really liking himself and the bowling, because as they just kept giving him room and swinging room at that, and he was just helping himself. Full extension and boundary after boundary, sixes all over the place, and it was just that kind of a day here. You bowl the wrong line, you pay the price, and a heavy price it was. Sween also suffered a bit, but he was able to pick up a couple of quick wickets. But this man, Chidian Raymond, certainly was a cut above the others. He just looked to be in superb form, and he got a useful little partner in Brian Yearwood, and they just kept plugging away, and they weren't just trotting along, they were accelerating and making life very difficult indeed for the Barataria ball players and their supporters. Sween found ways though to get wickets, but he also leaked some big runs. Raymond, nobody was spared. And that was one of the best shots of the game. A nice little flick off the pad, just helps it. Didn't really try to hit it too hard. Similarly, and at the other end, they just kept finding boundaries and put themselves in a position where they cruised home in the end. And there it is. What a way to end the game. Victory achieved, 193 for 4, 18 overs and 1 ball. And so they won this on a canter with 11 balls to spare, winning by 6 wickets. And certainly a lot to look forward to for the rest of the tournament. So Santa Cruz, they draw first blood, winning the opening game of the tournament. And we encourage you to be back with us here tomorrow for game number 2 from 6:30 in the evening. And we'll see how things shape up there. Remember, in Group A, we have the Combined All-Stars, Barataria ball players, of course, Harvard Sports, and of course, Santa Cruz and Ebony Sports. And in Group 2, Glenora Sports, Northside Future Stars, Savannah Boys, Boog Malatrus, CCC, and Shannon. So tomorrow, Boog Malatrus and Shannon Sports will be the teams on display. We just had a team from Santa Cruz. We had one from Barataria. And now we go to Boog Malatrus, which is kind of lower Santa Cruz. And they're coming up against Shannon Sports from 6:30 tomorrow. So that's where we're going to have to say good night for this night, this Wednesday night, the opening night of the North Zone T20 Festival. Once again, thanks to our sponsors, KFC, JMMB, Cans Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whiskey, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lions, and of course, our production team by Cricket 360 doing all the hard work. Thanks to Ronnie Bikram Das, but more importantly, Sheldon Rocks. And we encourage you to be with us again tomorrow. All our technical staff and our cameramen, they've been doing an amazing job giving you all the angles, all the best angles. And we encourage you to join us again tomorrow evening when we do it all over again from just before 6:30.